of the House to be told that no fewer than 52 honourable and right honourable members are seeking to catch my eye, in consequence of which I'm sorry to have to say to the House that there will need to be a 5-minute limit on backbench contributions. At some point, probably around the middle of the debate, I understand that the Minister and the Shadow Minister wish to contribute. They are not, of course, so constrained, but I'm sure that they will want sensitively to tailor their speeches, taking account of the level of interest of their backbench colleagues. Similarly, the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Easington, is not subject to the 5-minute limit, but I know that he will aspire to retain or to gain the warm regard of his colleagues and will therefore not seek to detain the House beyond 15 minutes and preferably not beyond 10. Mr Graham Morris. Oh, if the Honourable Gentleman must. Mr Crispin-Blunt.
It's pertinent, Mr Speaker, to the issue of amendments. There is an amendment down in the name of the Honourable Member for Aberconway, and I've had 2 accounts as to whether that amendment has been withdrawn or whether it has not been selected. I'd be grateful if you could illuminate the House.
Yes, I'm very happy to illuminate the House. That amendment has not been selected. The amendment selected is that in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Blackburn. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member. To move the motion, I call Mr Graham M. Morris.
I'm grateful, Mr Speaker, and I would like to place on record my thanks to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time in the main chamber on what is obviously, given the number of members on all sides of the House who have indicated support, a very popular and timely debate. Could I say at the very outset, I'm happy to support the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Blackburn, and various other members. It's always been my position, Mr Deputy Speaker, that recognition of Palestinian statehood should form the basis of any future peace negotiations, and this amendment clarifies that. I will give way, but I suspect I'm going to have to be a bit careful on giving way for time.
I really appreciate the member giving way so early. As he knows, his party played a phenomenally important role in the peace process in Northern Ireland, one of the world's most successful peace processes. Why not learn from that experience and instead of setting a conclusion at the beginning of the debate, wait for the debate and the negotiation to take place to reach the conclusion?
Well, I thank the honourable member for that intervention, but if you'll bear with me, I hope to be able to destroy that argument quite comprehensively. I'm firmly of the opinion, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the day will come when the two-state solution that I believe is supported by all parties, by all sides of the House, will actually collapse. And Israel will face a South African-style struggle for equal voting rights. And as soon as that happens, Mr Deputy Speaker, the state of Israel is finished. You might think that's fairly controversial. In fact, they're not my words. They're the words of the then Israeli Prime Minister in 2007. So the two-state solution has been Britain's stated policy aim for many decades. But in politics, talk often comes very cheaply. And I've participated in numerous debates or sat in them here in the Westminster Hall and in the main chamber and heard many speeches delivered by honourable and right honourable members from both sides of the House and indeed from ministers at the dispatch box stating our commitment to a two-state solution. But, well, I will give way, but I'm going to be a bit careful about how many members I give way to.
That the honourable gentleman has given way, and can I say that there are many people that support the two-state solution. Would he also like to confirm that over 300 Israeli figures signed a letter on Sunday urging this Parliament to vote in favour of his motion, and that included former ministers, ex-diplomats and activists in Israel?
I'm grateful to the right honourable lady for that intervention, and I would say, wouldn't I, as a friend of Palestine, that I believe that this is the way forward, recognition of the state of Palestine. But my earnest belief is it is the only way forward, and it should be the choice of all true friends of Israel too. And I believe all sides should come together on that basis. I was, given the commitment that we had to a two-state solution. Hugely disappointed at the decision to abstain at the United Nations General Assembly on this issue, when an overwhelming majority of 134 nations voted in favour of Palestinian statehood. I think that was a decision that we should regret. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Surely, if you look at the creation of the State of Israel, they had no boundaries then, so there shouldn't be any prerequisition, as it were, for the future in recognising an Israeli state, a Palestinian state.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I'd like to try and make some progress in the interests of allowing as many members who've indicated the opportunity to make their own specific points. The decision that was taken at the UN General Assembly did place Britain at odds with the international consensus, and it also placed us on the wrong side of history. Although this debate is a cross-party debate, and I want to pay tribute to all colleagues on all sides of the House who supported the motion, as a Labour MP, I was very proud when Labour opposed the government's decision and said that the British government should be willing to support the recognition of Palestinian statehood. And I'm proud too that Labour is supporting today's call to recognise Palestine.
Could you give way?
May I'll give way one more time to the Honourable Lady.
He's very kind to give way, and I do congratulate him on securing this debate. I just wonder if you'd agree that there is really an unprecedented moment here when we've had Sweden already acting to recognise Palestine. If we don't actually grasp this moment, we'll lose a real opportunity to push this forward and to get closer to peace.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with the point that the Honourable Lady's made, and indeed, as the originator of the Balfour Declaration and holder of the mandate for Palestine, Britain has a unique historical connection and some would argue a moral responsibility to the people of both Israel and Palestine. In 1920, Mr Deputy Speaker, we undertook a sacred trust, a commitment to guide Palestinians to statehood and to independence. That was nearly a century ago, and the Palestinian people are still yet to have their national rights recognised. So this sacred trust is one that we've neglected for far too long. And as my honourable friend has just indicated, we've gotten a historic opportunity to atone for that neglect and take this small but symbolically important step. The former Secretary of State for... I'd rather not, if you don't mind. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity later. I'd like to make some progress. The former Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, currently the Leader of the House, who's not in his place at the moment, told the House that the two-state solution might become impossible if a settlement was not reached within a year. That was in 2012, 2 years ago. I'm pleased the Minister is being attentive, because I do expect we will hear the Government Minister stand at the dispatch box and tell us that we support a two-state solution and encourage all sides to return to negotiations. If we do that, I advise the Minister keeps hold of his speech, because he will soon have another opportunity to use it, given the failure of so many similar initiatives. It's now more than 20 years since the Oslo Accords, and we're further away from peace than ever before. An entire generation of young Palestinians, the Oslo generation, have grown up to witness a worsening situation on the ground. We've witnessed a significant expansion of illegal Israeli settlements, heightened security threats to both sides, punitive restrictions on Palestinian movement, economic decline, a humanitarian crisis in Gaza of catastrophic proportions, and the construction of an illegal annexation wall through Palestinian land. It's absolutely clear that Israel-Palestine relations are stuck at an impasse, as is our foreign policy, and both of these impasses must be broken. We hear a great deal of talk about the two-state solution. Today, through validating both states, members will have the opportunity to translate all of that principled talk into action. But we should be under no illusions. Today might be a symbolically important step, but it won't change the facts on the ground. The continuous blockade of the Gaza Strip won't relent, and indeed the consequences of the day-to-day reality of life under occupation will not change for the ordinary Palestinians. Opponents of the motion will use the well-worn argument that statehood should only come through negotiations, not, as they like to say, through unilateral action. But let us make no mistake about it, to make our recognition of Palestine dependent upon Israel's agreement would be to grant Israel a veto over Palestinian self-determination. Well, I'm just going to finish this point, and then I will give way, and I think it'll be the last one. But I would like to say we've had a huge debate about giving up sovereignty to the EU. You may or may not disagree with it. I think as a general principle, the British people and their representatives here in this House would feel that it's completely wrong in practice and in principle for another sovereign state, be it Israel or any other country, to determine what our foreign policy is. I'll give way very briefly to that.
The honourable gentleman, I mean, Israel's peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan involved bilateral negotiations and agreement on both sides. Why does he think it's going to work now unilaterally?
The evidence of history, because 20 years at least of efforts at negotiation have failed. So I think we need to move things on, and I firmly believe, in all honesty, that this is a method that we could all rally around and that could achieve the desired results. I don't believe, no, I'm afraid I won't, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Recognition is not an Israeli bargaining chip. It's a Palestinian right, one that has to form the basis of any serious negotiation. Indeed, the lack of equity between Israel and the Palestinians is a structural failure that has undermined the possibility of a political settlement for decades. As it stands, I believe Israel has little motivation or encouragement to enter into meaningful negotiations. Well, little incentive, perhaps, is a better word. The majority of Israeli government politicians flat out reject the notion of a Palestinian state. There are currently no negotiations, and as Secretary of State John Kerry admitted, it was Israeli intransigence that caused the collapse of the latest round of talks. Israel has demonstrated itself unwilling to offer a viable Palestinian state through negotiations. If the acceleration of illegal settlement enterprises hadn't already proven this, in July, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once again ruled out ever accepting a sovereign Palestinian state in the West Bank. Again, no, I won't give way. I think we should be under no illusions. I think we should be clear. To make recognition dependent on negotiations, as some members are advocating, is in effect to reject the two-state solution. Some will argue that by recognising Palestine we would undermine negotiations, or somehow it would be an incitement to violence. But it is the systematic denial of rights that incites violence and emboldens those who reject politics. The knowledge that Britain once again is refusing to recognise the rights of the Palestinian people will serve only to validate those who reject diplomacy and to demonstrate the futility of the efforts of moderates on both sides. There are rejectionists in both Israel and Palestine, those that oppose any type of political settlement, and they would be delighted to learn that the British Parliament has refused what the vast majority of states around the world have already accepted. Members should bear this in mind before they cast their vote. Those Palestinians who have pursued the path of diplomacy and non-violence for more than 20 years have achieved very little. We need to send them a message. We need to give them encouragement that it is the path of peace and cooperation and not the resorting to force of arms that will actually lead somewhere into a lasting and just peace. And it will also send a message to Israel that the British Parliament believes that their illegal settlement enterprise, which has pushed the possibility of a two-state settlement to the brink of collapse, has no validity whatsoever, and that the international community is resolute in its opposition to its systematic colonisation of Palestinian land. The right to statehood has already been accepted by the government, who said that they reserve the right to recognise a Palestinian state bilaterally at the moment of our choosing, when it can best help bring about peace. If they do not do so urgently, Mr Deputy Speaker, I contend, and many informed commentators would agree with me, that any hope of a two-state solution, the only viable solution, will have disappeared altogether. Instead, Israel will continue its crusade towards the morally repugnant and politically untenable one-state solution, and in truth that could only be maintained through even greater brutality and effectively through apartheid rule, a fate so bleak any true friend of Israel would oppose it. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to say, during the assault on Gaza, the leaders of all the main political parties told members in this House that the life of a Palestinian child is worth just as much as the life of an Israeli child. Yeah, yeah. Today, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can show that we regard both peoples as equal in dignity and in rights, not just in death, but in life too. I urge members to support the motion before the House and to recognise the state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel.
Yeah. The question is as on the order paper. Sir Malcolm Rifkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I listened with very great care to the very sensitive speech that we have just heard from the member for Easington, and I compliment him on his very balanced remarks. I find this a very, very difficult issue to address. I don't think the answer to the issue that the debate is having to consider, House is having to consider, is absolutely on one side or the other. It fell to me when I was Foreign Secretary to commit the United Kingdom government for the first time to a two-state solution, that there should be a Palestinian state, and I've never wavered in that view, and I believe that the earlier that state comes about, the better both for the Palestinians and for the Middle East as a whole. I also share the frustration of the honourable gentleman and of many other honourable members as to the impasse that we have at the moment. It's caused on both sides of the dispute. The Israelis, I believe, are totally unjustified in their settlement policy. But I have to say also the way in which the Israelis, having withdrawn from Gaza, have nevertheless been subject to ongoing attack from within Gaza by Hamas, has clearly had a massive influence on Israeli public opinion, which has made it more difficult to make the progress that we would like. For me, the most important question is what practical benefit would passing this resolution make? It might make us feel good. It might make us act in a way similar to a number of other countries around the world. But, you know, recognising a state should only happen when the territory in question has got the basic requirements of a state. And through no fault of the Palestinians, that is not true at the moment, and it does seem to me that the resolution before us is premature. And I say that for this reason. We do not have a Palestinian government. There are actually two governments. Palestine itself is split, not because of the Israelis, but because of the conflict between Hamas and Fatah. Not only are the boundaries of a Palestinian state not known, but there is no Palestinian government that has any control over foreign policy or defence policy or has an army with which to protect the territory of that state. This is not a criticism. It is simply a factual description which normally would be a precondition. The United Kingdom did not recognise the State of Israel till 1950. It was only after what the Israelis call their War of Independence that the Israelis demonstrated that they had created a state, not simply by a declaration, but by having the fundamental requirements. We know there have been occasions elsewhere in the world where states are declared without the means to actually carry out the function of a state. We've seen it in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, where the Russians have recognized their independence, but it is a bogus independence in reality. We saw it in South Africa, where Transkei, Botswana were declared independent states, but of course they were never any such thing. So the issue we have to address as a serious parliament... Yes, I will certainly give way.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman. On this issue of the boundaries of a state of Palestine, I mean, surely the boundary, the basis, not the detail, but the basis of the boundaries of a state of Palestine are very clear and internationally agreed, and they are the 1967 boundaries.
Big issue with the right honourable gentleman on that issue. I think the boundaries are perhaps the least of the problems that we are addressing. What I'm saying, and it's something which is applied to British policy for generations as to those of other countries, is that you recognise a state when the territory in question actually has a government, has an army, has the military capability, has the ability... Well, it may not be something that honourable gentlemen would like... No, I'm sorry, I don't have time. It may not be something that they would approve of, but that has been the policy that has been pursued for many years. And no, I'm sorry, in the time available, I'm afraid I can't. We have already, we are told, 135 members of the United Nations, many of which have relatively little connection with the Middle East. Some do have a very great connection. They have recognised Palestine as a state. It has had no effect. It got 24 hours of publicity. It has had no marginal or massive impact or significant impact on the course of history. So I simply say there is a very great risk that we will today make ourselves feel important, our own frustration will lead us to vote for a motion which will not have the desired effect and will perhaps make the problems that have to be addressed in reaching a two-state solution more difficult to realise. I won't detain the House any further. I simply say symbolism sometimes has a purpose. It sometimes has a role. But I have to say you do not recognise a state which has not yet got the fundamental ingredients that a state requires if it's going to carry out its international function. And therefore, at the very least, I would respectfully suggest this motion is premature.
The tragedy that Israelis and Palestinians have lived with for so long. I myself have spoken about many of the things I've seen for myself over the years, whether it be settlements growing in violation of international law and successive resolutions, and whether it's about the barrier that snakes in and out of the West Bank, cutting Palestinian communities from each other and farmers from their land, whether it's Palestinian children being brought in leg irons into Israeli military courts, accused of throwing stones and being subject to laws that vary depending on whether they're Palestinian or whether they're Israeli. I've sat with Palestinian families in East Jerusalem who've had their homes destroyed and are no longer allowed to live in the city of their birth. And I've seen for myself the devastation of homes, schools and hospitals in Gaza. I've met fishermen who are fired on if all they do is try to fish. And I've been, yes, to Sderot as well. I know Israelis have spoken of their real fear about rocket attacks from Gaza. And I also know the fear that Palestinians in Gaza feel daily from the constant buzz of drones that hover overhead 24 hours a day and could bring death at any moment. I haven't only read about those things, I've seen them for myself. And that's why a negotiated settlement is so important. But principles are important too in order to get to that negotiated settlement. One is that we act according to international law and we insist the parties there do so as well. And secondly, to treat Palestinians and Israelis as equals. We have the choice today, do we do that or do we just talk about it? Because for Israelis, the right of recognition, the right to self-determination isn't something of negotiation, it's something they have demanded as of right, and they were given as of right over 65 years ago. I'll give way one time, Victor.
I thank my friend for giving way and compliment him on all his work. Is he aware that, despite what's said by the previous speaker, Israel, whilst it is listed on the borders put down in 1948, has never actually delineated what its own borders are, and our recognition of Palestine would help to assert Palestinian rights at this very important time?
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, internationally the position is clear that it's delineated by the Green Line. The final borders will be negotiated in final status negotiations. That's understood. That's the same for Israel and for Palestine. But let's remember as well that it's over 20 years since the PLO, acting on behalf of the Palestinian people as a whole, recognised the state of Israel. And yet, despite that, Israel, when it talks about itself, still says it wants constant reaffirmation of that recognition. How many times have I heard Israeli ministers, indeed some honourable members in this House, say, how can you talk with people who do not recognise your right to exist? So for them, as far as Israel is concerned, recognition is not about negotiation, it's about something fundamental. Well, if that's the case for Israelis, Palestinians have got no fewer rights than that. Recognition for Palestinians cannot be a matter of privilege, it too must be a matter of right. And that was the problem with the amendment put forward by the Honourable Member for Aberconwy, because by saying that recognition could only come at the with the outcome of negotiations, it does very much give Israel the right of veto, not only of a Palestinian state, but over the UK Parliament's decision to make our own decision to recognise that Palestinian state. No, I'm afraid I've given way once, time prevents me doing so anymore. In this House, we make our own decisions, and we act on those decisions bilaterally. We do so as members of the European Union, and we do so as members of the United Nations. The choice before us is clear. Do we want to achieve a two-state solution in practice, with Palestinians and Israelis treated as equals, or are we content to repeat a theoretical mantra about two states, as my honourable friend has said, where the reality is slipping away before our eyes? Slipping away either because Benjamin Netanyahu, as he did with the Times of Israel this summer, has said he'll never countenance a Palestinian state that is sovereign in the way he expects sovereignty for Israel, or whether it slips away as another generation of Palestinians grow up being told that they must reject the path of violence, but the only reality they see ahead of them is occupation in the West Bank and blockade in Gaza. I received an email today from a Palestinian living in East Jerusalem. He described some of his life living under occupation in East Jerusalem. And he said, and he asked me to say this to people tonight: I want to see light at the end of the tunnel. But I want to see light at the end of the tunnel. I don't want to see a train coming at me from the other end. And that really is the challenge before us today. Are we prepared to give him that light at the end of the tunnel? To assert that a negotiated solution must be based on equality. Two states for two peoples with equal rights, with equal stature in the international community. If we're going to do that, it's not just something to talk about. It's something to get on with. People will vote tonight for different reasons, but if you want to achieve a Palestinian state in practice, vote for the motion tonight.
Sir Richard Ottawa.
Speaker, if the rest of the debate follows the tone of the three speeches we've heard so far, it is going to be a memorable debate. The next few minutes are going to be personally rather painful for me. It has been inevitable since the time of the Holocaust that Israel clearly had to be a state in its own right, and aptly accepted the inevitable and relinquished the British mandate. And in November 1947, the United Nations supported the partition resolution. What was on the table then was a settlement that the Arabs would die for today. And in May 1948, Israel became an independent state and came under attack from all sides within hours. And in truth, it has been fighting for its existence ever since. I've been a friend of Israel long before I became a Tory. My wife's family were instrumental in the creation of the Jewish state. Indeed, some of them were with Weizmann at the Paris conference. But the Holocaust had a deep impact on me as a young man growing up in the aftermath of the Second World War, particularly when I paid a visit as a schoolboy to Belsen. I won't if he doesn't mind. In the Six-Day War, I became personally involved. It was a major attempt to destroy Israel. And I found myself as a midshipman in the Royal Navy, based on board a minesweeper in Aden, sent by Harold Wilson to sweep the Straits of Tiran of mines after the Suez Canal had been blocked. And in the aftermath of that war, which clearly the Israelis won, the Arab states refused peace, recognition, or negotiation. 6 years later, the Yom Kippur in 1973, you had the same situation again. It was an emphatic defeat after a surprise attack. And since then, we've had, based on the boundaries that really were framed after the Yom Kippur War, We've had 3 thwarted peace agreements, each one better than the last, and we've had 2 tragedies, the assassination of Rabin and the stroke suffered by Ariel Sharon. And I personally, throughout all this, have stood by Israel through thick and thin, through the good years and the bad. I've sat down with ministers and senior Israeli politicians and urged peaceful negotiations. I've urged a proportionate response to prevarication, and I thought that they were listening. But I realise now, in truth, looking back at it over the last 20 years, Israel has slowly been drifting away from world public opinion. And I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the annexation of the 950 acres of the West Bank just a few months ago has outraged me more than anything else in my political life, because mainly it makes me look a fool, and that is something which I resent. But turning to the substantive motion, to be a friend of Israel is not to be an enemy of Palestine. I want them to find a way through, and I'm delighted by yesterday's reconstruction package for Gaza. But a country which is fractured, with internal rivalries, which shows such naked hostility to its neighbour, which attacks Israel by firing thousands of rockets indiscriminately, which risks the lives of its citizens through its strategic placing of weapons, which uses the little building material that it is allowed to bring in to build tunnels rather than homes, I'm not yet convinced that it is fit to be a state, and should only be recognised once there is a peace agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, under normal circumstances, I would oppose this motion tonight. But such is the anger, my anger, over the behaviour of Israel in recent months, that I will not be opposing this motion. And I have to say to the government of Israel, if it's losing people like me, it's going to be losing a lot of people.
Louise Elm.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to draw attention to my entry in the Register of Interest. The tragic clash between Jewish and Palestinian nationalism can only be resolved through the creation of a Palestinian state with agreed and secure borders with international backing and support, alongside the State of Israel. And the only way to bring that about in a lasting and peaceful way to the benefit of both peoples is through direct negotiations where agreements are made, where assurances are given, where there is full security and where there is long-term peace. It means agreement on borders, and some agreement has been made, but the differences are relatively small in length but critical in nature. It needs agreement on how to share Jerusalem, agreement on refugee issues, agreement on security, and agreement that setting up a Palestinian state would be the end of claims and the end of conflict, not one staging post for a further attack on Israel's existence. And I think we should remember that the peace treaty that was signed with Egypt in 1979 has stood the test of time, despite drastic changes in regime and governments. In contrast, Israel's unilateral withdrawal of settlers and soldiers from Gaza in 2005, a withdrawal which I fully agree with, but it was a unilateral withdrawal, has not resulted in peace. It led to the terrorist organisation Hamas violently overthrowing Fatah, and then launching its barrage of rockets and now the terror tunnels directed at the civilians of Israel. And we saw the results of that in the horrendous events of last summer. 2 years ago, the Palestinian Authority was given some status in the United Nations in an attempt to look for a diplomatic United Nations route to try to resolve what appear to be intractable problems. And what has happened since then in terms of the use of that diplomacy? The most recent effort to find a negotiated peace was that undertaken by John Kerry. And the truth is that it is President Abbas who did not give an answer to the framework agreement put forward by John Kerry as a basis for further negotiations. Israel agreed to that, didn't want to do it, had to be pushed to do it, had to be pressurised to do it, and that was quite right. President Abbas has still not given any answer and instead returned to the United Nations. On September the 26th, President Abbas addressed the General Assembly of the United Nations. The sort of approach that this resolution envisages, and no direct negotiations, deal with this by resolution in the United Nations debates. And what did President Abbas say to the General Assembly of the United Nations? He spoke about genocide from Israelis. He spoke about Palestinian martyrs. Wasn't that the language of the martyrs when we had the massive suicide bombings directed at the young people and civilians of Israel, when peace negotiations following Oslo were very much underway? And he spoke about forced withdrawals. That is not the language of peace. And I think it should be remembered that when the peace negotiations were underway following the Oslo negotiations, in 1 month alone, in March 2002, 1 month alone, 80 Israeli civilians were killed and 600 were injured in targeted suicide bombings on the streets of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv and Ashkelon, in a concerted attempt to undermine and destroy that peace process. And no wonder that there is concern amongst the people of Israel, knowing that when those peace negotiations were going forward, and it was right to stick to them, it was right to keep going on them, there were terror groups sent by, amongst others, Yasser Arafat at the time. They're going to target, to kill, to maim Israeli civilians. And that following the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, a correct withdrawal, although a unilateral one, that has been followed by the rockets and the terror tunnels and more death. No, this is not an easy issue. If it was easy to resolve, it would have been resolved by now. Both Jews and Palestinians deserve to have their states living in peace and security side by side. Now, direct negotiations are the way.
Order. Sir Alan Duncan.
Speaker, I think the House is enormously grateful to the Honourable Member for Easington for securing this debate. And I hope the amendment to which I put my name, that of the Right Honourable Member for Blackburn, is one which can maximise support tonight for the recognition of Palestine as a state. I have to say that as a member of this House for 22 years, I find it astonishing that I cannot think of a previous occasion on which we have debated this issue, either on a substantive motion or on a motion such as today. And yet it is the most vexed and emotive issue in the entire region, if not the world. But let's be clear from the start, to allay the fears of the Honourable Lady who speaks passionately on this. Look, all of us in this House, I think to a man and a woman, recognise the state of Israel and its right to exist, and our belief in that should not in any way be impugned. But let's also be clear that that same right has not been granted to Palestine. And in my view, that it's high time that it should. It is the other half of the commitment our predecessors in this House made as part of the British mandate in the region. And if you look across the globe, I cannot think of any other populous area of the world subject to so many resolutions, which is not allowed to call itself a state. Now, after the Civil War in 1948, albeit 2 years later, yes, we recognised the state of Israel. And it was still not the tidiest of administrations. Its borders were not clear. They still are not. It had no agreed capital. They want Jerusalem. At the moment, they have Tel Aviv. And it had no effective government. So I don't quite agree with my right honourable friend, the member for Kensington, in his assessment of what it takes to justify granting and recognising statehood to a country. If I may, I'll go there first. We'll be quick. Yeah.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. And at the moment, whereas the right honourable gentleman for Kensington and Chelsea said that the Palestine doesn't have international recognition, the World Bank and the IMF have both come out and said Palestinian statehood should be recognised.
I agree. Given the very short time, let me just race ahead, if my right honourable friend will allow me. Look, we have accepted as a principle in government that eventually there should be the recognition of a Palestinian state. Though this is ultimately a matter of timing and of circumstance. And I say in passing, the House will have been deeply moved by the speech of my right honourable friend, the member for Croydon. And so many of us go on a personal journey on this issue, as indeed I have done over the last 20 years. But recognition of statehood is not a reward for anything, it's a right. And the notion that it would put an end to negotiations or somehow preempt or destroy them is patently absurd, when Palestine would still be occupied and negotiations would need to continue both to end that occupation and to agree land swaps and borders. And refusing Palestinian recognition is indeed tantamount to giving Israel the right of veto. When I was a Minister for International Development, we supported the Palestinian Authority. And over so many years, they were there as a responsible organisation, and it's not their fault that they are occupied and so often have their revenues withheld by the Israelis. And indeed, if they were not, they would not need a penny of British aid. Mr. Deputy Speaker, recognising Palestine is not about recognising a government. It is states that are recognised, not governments. It is the recognition of the right to exist as a state. It is not about endorsing a state that has to be in perfect working order. And it is that recognition and the principle of that recognition which this House, in my view, should pass today. I will run out of time, so forgive me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some in this House clearly think that in order to support Israel, they must oppose or delay such recognition. This is not the case. By opposing Palestinian recognition, they are actually, in my view, undermining the interests both of Israel and of Palestine. And it is only through recognition that you can give Palestinians the dignity and the hope they need to engage in further negotiations and to live in a country they can properly call their own. Let us remember the fundamental principle on which I will make a more detailed speech tomorrow morning. Settlements are illegal. And the endorsement of the Palestinian right to reject is tantamount as well to the endorsement of illegal settlement activity. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of people feel intimidated about standing up for this issue. It's time we did, because almost the majority of Palestinians are not yet in their 20s. They are going to grow up stateless. If we don't give them hope, if we don't give them the dignity and the belief in themselves, it will be a recipe for permanent conflict, none of which is in Israel's interest. And the Honourable Lady who speaks on every occasion on this only ever catalogues the violence on one side. And this is a tit-for-tat argument, and today is the day this House should do its historic duty.
Jack Straw.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in moving the manuscript amendment, which adds at the end as a contribution to securing a negotiated two-state solution, may I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Easington, on bringing this debate before the House, and also, if I may, pay tribute to the extraordinary and very moving speech by the right honourable gentleman, the member for Croydon South, which I think we all appreciated was a very difficult speech to make. This amendment, as the House will note, has wide cross-party support. Its purpose is very simple. It's based upon the belief that the recognition of a state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel will add to the pressure for a negotiated two-state solution and may help to bring that prospect a little closer to fruition. The roadmap to a permanent two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict was promulgated at the end of April 2003 under the auspices of the Quartet, the UN, EU, UN, US and Russia. Though palpably much of the progress presaged by the roadmap has been confounded by events, crucially, by the roadmap, the government of Israel was signed up to there being a separate and independent state of Palestine. And one part of the roadmap anticipated that quartet members, which include the United Kingdom, could, and I promote international recognition of a Palestinian state, including possible United Nations membership, as a transitional measure well before any final status agreement. The government of Israel disagrees. It claims that recognition of Palestine as a state should be at the conclusion of any successful peace negotiations. But such an approach would be to give the government of Israel a veto, even over whether such a state should exist. And a moment, of course.
I understand what he's trying to achieve by his amendment, but can he say how he thinks the passing of this motion would encourage either Hamas or the Israelis to change their approach to negotiation, which has been so unfruitful so far?
Well, it's the Palestinian Authority which is part of the negotiations, not Hamas. I believe that the fact of the Israelis' intemperate reaction to the very prospect of this House passing this resolution is proof that this resolution will make a difference. The only thing the Israeli government, in my view, under its present demeanour of Bibi Netanyahu, understands is pressure. And what this House will be doing this evening will be to add to the pressure on the government of Israel. That is why they're so worried about this resolution passing. Were it just a gesture, as the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kensington, implied, they wouldn't be bothered at all. They're very worried indeed, because they know it will have an effect. Yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman's contribution, but does he not agree this is a backbench motion? This has no effect upon government policy, and it is just futile.
I'll be here then. See what the vote says.
We represent the electorate of the United Kingdom. Resolutions passed in this House, I can tell the Honourable Gentleman, having spent 13 years sitting on the Treasury bench, where they emanate from back benches or front benches, make a difference, and this resolution will, if it's passed, make a difference. Now, if I've given way, if I've had my ration, if the Honourable Gentleman will excuse me, a moment's thought will allow us to appreciate just how ill-founded the government of Israel's assertion is. Israel's been occupying Palestinian land for nearly 50 years. It fails to meet its clear international legal obligations as an occupying power. In the last 20 years, as we've heard, it's compounded that failure by a deliberate decision to annex Palestinian land and to build Israeli settlements on that land. Now 600,000 such Israeli settlers in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. The Israelis are seeking to strangle East Jerusalem by expropriating land all around it, and 2 months ago they announced the illegal annexation of a further nearly 1,000 acres of land near Bethlehem. And the Israeli government will go on doing this as long as they pay no price for their obduracy. Their illegal occupation of land is condemned by this government in strong terms, but no action follows. The Israelis sell produce from these illegal settlements in Palestine as if they were made or grown in Israel, but no action follows. Israel itself was established and recognised by unilateral act. The Palestinians had no say whatever over the recognition of the State of Israel, still less a veto. I support the State of Israel. I would have supported it at the end of the 1940s. But it cannot lie in the mouth of the Israeli government, of all governments, to say that they should have a veto over a state of Palestine, when for absolutely certain the Palestinians had no say whatever over the establishment of the State of Israel. Today's debate will, I hope, send a strong signal that the British Parliament stands full square behind the two-state solution set out in the roadmap. The current impasse can only be broken, in my view, by actions, not simply by words. And recognition of Palestine by the international community would further, not hinder, these aims. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 3 years ago, on the 9th of November 2011, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Richmondshire, then Foreign Secretary, told this House, and I quote, "The United Kingdom judges that the Palestinian Authority largely fulfills criteria for United Nations membership, including statehood." And he added, and again I quote, "We reserve the right, we the United Kingdom, reserve the right to recognise a Palestinian state bilaterally at a moment of our choosing and when it can best help bring about peace." Mr. Deputy Speaker, that moment is now. I urge honourable members on all sides to support this amendment.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when the manuscript Amendment B has been moved, the question is that the amendment be made. Mr. James Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Blackburn. But I'm afraid to say that having listened carefully to his speech and the speech from the Honourable Member for Easington, I'm not as convinced as I would like to be that this would actually contribute towards a peaceful solution of the conflict, or that the recognition of Palestine today by this House in a backbench motion would somehow unlock a process whereby the two sides negotiated freely together to arrive at a peaceful solution. The Honourable Gentleman for Easington said that he would destroy the argument for the member for North Antrim that taking this step would preempt and predetermine the result of the negotiations. I'm afraid, having listened very carefully to the Honourable Gentleman's speech, and he didn't take all of the interventions on this point, I'm afraid to say that that point was still well in existence at the end of the Honourable Gentleman's contribution and had not been destroyed at all, and it remains there for us to face. I say that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a committed supporter of a two-state solution which will involve difficult, if not painful, compromises on both sides. It is also something which will take a long time to achieve. Yes, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Well, thank you for giving way. But will you agree with me that given that the world's superpower and our great ally, the United States political system, is very susceptible to well-funded, powerful lobbying groups and the power of the Jewish lobby in America, that therefore it falls to this country and to this House to be the good but critical friend that Israel needs. And this motion tonight just might lift that logjam on this very troubled area of the country.
There are powerful lobbies on all sides, and I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman would agree with me in paying tribute to the work which Secretary of State Kerry did in trying to bring both sides to the negotiating table, and he really does deserve our staunch support. But I'm sure my honourable friend would also agree that peaceful solution is something which will only be achieved by negotiations by the parties themselves over all the outstanding issues without the issues being predetermined in advance. And the question for the outside world is whether what it does makes a just two-state solution more or less likely. I believe that international recognition of a Palestinian state in the terms of the motion would make a two-state solution less likely rather than more likely. I heard what the Right Honourable Gentleman for Blackburn said about this. I'm afraid I don't see Israel, having faced the challenges which it has faced over the years, caving into this backbench motion tonight. It might be a gesture on the part of this House, but it would take the process no further. And what has been characterised by the Right Honourable Gentleman and the Honourable Member for Easington as a veto on the part of Israel, they can choose to look at it in those terms, but it will require both sides, including the State of Israel, which is a democracy, which has a government which is elected by public opinion, to agree to a solution. That is the only way in which a just solution can be achieved. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman. If he can answer the point which I think was going to be made to him, if he will accept that although Israel has not done everything always that it possibly could to bring about a solution, there have been repeated occasions in history in the 1930s and the 1940s, and more recently, where it has been Israel which has agreed to a solution of all the outstanding issues, and it has not found the hand coming from the other side. That is a historical fact. Yes, I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Can you just indicate what is your solution, given that the former Foreign Secretary said that the two-state solution was no longer tenable? The facts on the ground, the Right Honourable Member for Blackburn, numerous other members indicate with the settlement expansion plan, 600,000 settlers, if we aren't going to push ahead with a two-state solution because of the practicalities of it. What is your alternative? Is it a one-state solution?
A two-state solution is something which the State of Israel has been prepared to agree to in the past. I hope that it would agree to it in the future, but it will require both sides to negotiate. And I'm afraid I do not accept the pessimism which is inherent in the Honourable Gentleman's approach, because it's now clear that this is a very pessimistic motion. I would like to have a hopeful motion which looked forward to a peaceful solution, which gave Palestine its state based upon a fair division of territory and gave it all the accoutrements of statehood, whilst at the same time the State of Israel enjoyed sovereignty and security. I can't, I'm afraid, because I'm going to run out of time. But I do believe, if I can say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do believe that the Palestinian Authority have acted in good faith. They are a worthy partner in negotiations. They have expressed their commitment to a two-state solution. And although he doesn't actually have a state, I do believe that President Abbas has displayed statesmanlike qualities, not least during the recent Gaza conflict. But I do believe that he and his authority are making a mistake in going down the unilateral road. Now, there is a problem which wasn't recognised by the Honourable Gentleman for Easington in the form of Hamas. Hamas is a different matter. I'm afraid that the Palestinian Authority, acting in good faith though it has done, and statesmanlike in many ways, although President Abbas is, I'm afraid the Palestinian Authority took a backward step when they entered into a unity deal with Hamas in the April of this year. This would be fine if Hamas had shown any sort of inkling towards a peaceful solution, but they have not. There have been many opportunities for Hamas to commit itself to the requirements of the international community, to say that it's going to go down the road of peace. But from its inception, and according to the tenets of its founding charter, Hamas has set its face against any sort of peaceful coexistence with the State of Israel and turned its hand to a campaign of unremitting terror and violence. And no government on earth would stand by and allow such a campaign to be directed towards its population without taking proportionate measures in self-defence. And it is in this way, and we cannot overlook this fact, we cannot overlook it, it's all too often overlooked. Hamas has caused Gaza, a rather sad place to say the least, to be locked into a deeply depressing cycle of violence, intending to inflict casualties on Israel and reckless as to the consequences of this for the civilian population in Gaza itself. And it's against this background that we need to approach these issues. I hope very much that in the future Hamas will show some willingness towards becoming part of a peaceful solution, to engaging in normal democratic politics and engaging in peaceful and legal means. But it hasn't done so far. And if we talk about pressure, the pressure should be on Hamas to desist from its campaign of violence and to enter into negotiations genuinely, together with the Palestinian Authority, with the State of Israel. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a terrible conflict. We must all look forward to the day when both sides get down to the business of making the compromises which will be needed to bring it to an end. And Israel certainly has to make its compromises as well. But in the meantime, we should all take steps which make that compromise more likely rather than less likely. And my fear is that this motion and unilateral recognition of the Palestinian state would put off the day when we see those compromises happen by encouraging one party to walk away from negotiations when we should be doing everything we could to induce both sides to negotiate, because it is only through both sides negotiating together, as our government has recognised, that we will see a peaceful solution to this problem.
Sir Gerald Kaufman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 6 million Israeli Jews. There are 1,600,000 Palestinians in Israel, 2,700,000 on the West Bank, 1,800,000 in Gaza. The Palestinians now outnumber the Israeli Jews, and that is without the 5 million Palestinians in refugee camps and in the diaspora. The big difference, of course, is that the Israelis have a secure state and the Palestinians live under oppression day after day after day. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kensington and Chelsea, wove a fantasy. The Jews were united and the Palestinians were split. And we've just heard again about the wickedness of Hamas. Well, I don't condone what Hamas do, and I realise that they are a useful tool for those who want to demonstrate the Palestinians as divided and unreliable. But the fantasy of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kensington and Chelsea, that all was harmony when Israel was created, the Israelis, as they found their state, were divided into three warring factions. The Haganah, representing the official Jewish agency, the terrorist organisation Irgun Zwei Leumi, and the terrorist Stern Gang. And when Israel was founded, it nearly broke out immediately into civil war because the Irgun insisted on having its own army in an independent state. So this idea that somehow or other Israel was born in moments of paradise and all that surrounds the Palestinians is stress and damage is a fantasy. And yet, where are we now? The situation was not ideal for Israel then. It's not ideal for the Palestinians now. But divided Israel survived and survives even though it is still divided. Look at the amazing divisions in the Israeli government, the extraordinary extremism of the party Israel Beitenu that makes UKIP look like cosy internationalists, and yet they are part of the government. The Israelis are harming the Palestinians day after day after day. Last week, the United States State Department denounced a 2,600 settlement expansion that the Israelis are planning. Last week, the new president of the Israel Fund, Talia Sasson, a Jewish and pro-Israel, denounced expansion of settlements again in the West Bank. The Israelis are making it impossible with the checkpoints, the illegal wall, and the settlements for a coherent Palestinian state. And that's why it's essential to pass this motion, because this motion, a decision of the House of Commons it would be, the British House of Commons, this motion would be a game changer. The recognition of Palestine by the House of Commons will affect the international situation. This House can create a historic new situation, and I call on right honourable and honourable members on both sides of the House to give the Palestinians their rights and show the Israelis that they cannot suppress another people all the time. It's not Jewish to do it. It's not Jewish for the Israelis to do this, but they are harming the image of Judaism, and terrible outbreaks of anti-Semitism are taking place. I want to see the end of that. I want to see an end of anti-Semitism, and I want to see a Palestinian state.
Yeah. Sir Nicholas Soames.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first of all congratulate the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Easington, for bringing forward this debate. I think I'm right in saying that the last time there was a debate of this type was in 1985, which is a very, very long time ago, and it is not to the House's credit that it has been so long since that happened. I congratulate my right honourable friend, the member for South Croydon, on a formidably powerful speech, and my right honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Melton, for also a formidable speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm convinced that to recognise Palestine is both morally right and is in our national interest. It's morally right because the Palestinians are entitled to a state, just as Israelis are rightly entitled to their homeland. This House should need no reminding of the terms of the Balfour Declaration, which rightly endorse the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, but went on to say that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. 97 years later, Madam Deputy Speaker, the terms of the Balfour Declaration are clearly not upheld with respect to the Palestinians, and in Britain this should weigh very heavily with us indeed. And it is in our national interest to recognise Palestine as part of a drive to achieve lasting peace. We face so many dire emergencies in the Middle East today, and we cannot afford to add to them the continuing failure of the Middle East peace process and the death, the inevitable death, of the two-state solution. This step by Britain and other nations is needed to galvanise talks that are paralysed and to indicate that the status quo is not only untenable, but it is also wholly unacceptable. It is said that the bilateral recognition would harm the prospects for negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians. But the sad truth is that that effort has failed. Negotiations have completely broken down, and there is not the remotest sign of a possible breakthrough. With a cataclysm in Syria, the emergence of the Islamic State, 3 million Syrian refugees bringing neighbouring countries to their knees, this has made the situation in the Middle East, already a cauldron, even more dangerous. Moreover, Madam Deputy Speaker, as others have said, 135 out of 193 UN member states have already recognised Palestine in recent years. And unless it is anyone's serious contention that they are responsible for the failure of the negotiations, then clearly the act of recognition itself does not wreck the prospects for peace. What does impede peace is a dismal lack of political will to make the necessary concessions and a tendency in Israel to believe that they will always be sheltered by the United States from having to take those difficult steps. Recognition by the United Kingdom would be a strong signal that the patience of the world is not without limit. Second, it is said that recognition would be an empty gesture that would not change the facts on the ground. That is true, but it is itself not a reason not to recognise Palestine, which is purely a political decision by the United Kingdom as a sovereign parliament. It would be a powerful gesture to Palestinians that they will obtain their state in the future after 47 years of cruel and unjust occupation, and it would strengthen the hand of President Abbas against Hamas. Indeed, recognising Palestinians would only be a small and logical evolution of the current position of the United Kingdom. It has been the government's view since 2011 that the Palestinian Authority has developed successfully the capacity to run a democratic and peaceful state founded on the rule of law and living in peace and security with Israel. To paraphrase a familiar expression, if it looks like a state and it fulfills the criteria for a state, then surely it should be recognised as a state. And what entitles the United Kingdom to withhold a recognition that it is the birthright, the long overdue birthright, of each and every Palestinian child? It would be shameful not to take the step of recognition now, when it would make a real difference. The United Kingdom, there as a midwife at the birth of Israel, permanent member of the UN Security Council, which means an aspiration to take a lead in world affairs, or to set that lead now on this vital issue by a decisive vote of the British House of Commons.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry. I would also like to start by congratulating the member for Easington in securing this debate. In doing so, I think he's done us all and this House a great service. I can't think why any supporter of Israel should oppose the recognition of a Palestinian state. We know the history of Israel from its beginnings as outlined by the member for Manchester Gorton in 1948. We know about the Six-Day War in 1967, and we know about its present situation. When Mr. Kerry was warning in 2013 that there were only 2 years to resolve this flashpoint, that time was running out, he was surely talking to the Israelis as much as he was to the Palestinians. The two-state solution is disappearing rapidly before our very eyes. And so we have to grapple, therefore, with, if not two states, what? What does the one-state solution look like? Especially since we're told that the majority of the present Israeli administration do not accept any longer a two-state solution. That Mr. Netanyahu has suddenly become a rather centrist pragmatist, holding together a coalition, many of whom are to the right of him in wanting a one-state solution. Do they then accept the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that goes along with that? Situation far worse than apartheid South Africa. Apartheid South Africa has been mentioned once this afternoon. I've heard it referred to regularly as a parallel for what's going on in Palestine at present. This is much worse than apartheid. The white junta in South Africa accepted that somewhere in South Africa, preferably not near to them, there would be land for black people. Bantustan's the worst possible land, I'd say, a long way away from the ruling white group, but nonetheless there would be a place in South Africa for the blacks. Now, a one-state solution in Israel does not accept that. What it means is there is no place in Israel and Palestine for the Palestinians. And we have to face squarely what that means, and I suggest so do the Israelis. And it's certainly even more reason why we should not give the Israelis a veto over Palestinian statehood. We're voting today for the recognition of a Palestinian state. It's not just to recognise the inalienable rights of those people to freedom and to self-determination, but also the need that Israel has, I think, to be saved from itself. Because what we're looking at, what Israel is looking at in a one-state solution, is a continuation, year after year, of war and violence, such as we have seen building through the last 20 years. We've just finished the third incursion by the Israelis into Gaza in 10 years. Are we suggesting every 2 years we're going to have another 1,500 people killed, another 100,000 people rendered homeless, as a continuation of a process of driving everybody that isn't Jewish out of what is considered Greater Israel? I'd prefer not to, if you don't mind. So it seems to me that the occupation and the exile has to end. But there's never any peace without justice. And statehood for Palestine actually strengthens...
Order. David Ward.
Madam Deputy Speaker. As a young, first of all, thank you very much and congratulations on securing the debate. So important for us. As a young man, I backpacked around Israel and had a wonderful time staying at various hostels in En Gedi and Jerusalem and Tel Aviv and Eilat and swimming in the Dead Sea and going to Masada. And I love the place. I love the people and I love the place and I wanted to return, which I did. I went back and spent some time working on a moshav in the Arava Desert, living with an Israeli family for a period of time. And we had many discussions. It was we sat on our upturned vegetable boxes, having a drink of tea, having a break from picking peppers and tomatoes. And the farmer, the head of the family, was telling me over and over again about his personal experiences and how he'd done military service and how proud he'd been and felt it was his duty to represent his country in the military service. Where we sat, we could almost touch the Jordanian mountains a few miles away, But he also told me about the real existential threat that existed from being surrounded by what he regarded as being hostile Arab states. I have never, ever forgotten this or sought to trivialize it in any way or minimize the sense of insecurity that Israelis must feel. This sense of insecurity, for many Jews really, I suppose, throughout the centuries, has occurred as they suffered persecution throughout East Western Europe and beyond. Persecution, as we all know, that included an attempt at annihilation. The need for a place to be safe somewhere, quite apart from the Zionist agenda, the place to be safe somewhere was so important because of the failure to find safety from persecution in so many other places. Now, all of this is perfectly understandable. But what I do not understand is why the Palestinians should have had to pay such a terrible, terrible price for the creation of the State of Israel. Where it was believed that security could be created, or why the Israelis believed that the brutal expulsion and continued suppression of the Palestinians will ever lead to the sense of security that the Israelis seek. I remember a meeting not too long ago in the House of Commons in one of the big committee rooms, and there was lots of members from the Palestinian community here, and I said that the Israelis are winning. I was in despair myself at the lack of progress, and I say that they will not negotiate. Why should they negotiate when the immense support of the US and the inaction of the international community at large meant that they were gaining? Day in, day out, they could ignore international law and they could continue to act with impunity. And of course increase their holding of Palestinian land. But a Palestinian rebuked me and he said, they're not winning because we haven't forgotten and we never will forget. And how can the Israelis ever believe that they can ever have security because the Palestinians will never forget? There are... Certainly.
Thank you, Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. My wife, who was a delegate to the International Committee of the Red Cross, met many people in South Lebanon who were Palestinians who still have keys round their neck on a string from their house that they were ejected from in the late 1940s. They will not forget.
And indeed, how could they? I support the motion tonight for three reasons. Many reasons, but three I'll state. First of all, for the Palestinians to turn away from the men of violence. They need hope. And this is a degree of hope for them. Much is made of the failure of Hamas to recognise Israel, and we know that. But can you imagine the sense of despair the ordinary Palestinian must feel at the failure of the international community to recognise their right to exist? My own tweet on the firing of rockets and the previous comments by Baroness Tong were never, ever, of course, condoning terrorist acts by Palestinians. But it was simply our recognition of the despair and sense of hopelessness that leads to terrorism. Second, Israel is in breach of the contract as set out in the Balfour Declaration. Nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. In the light of the Nakba and everything since then, this seems a real sick joke. But I believe that the failure of the international community to recognise the state of Palestine has helped Israel to ignore this commitment. And thirdly, I suppose on a personal note, this Sunday at Eden Camp in North Yorkshire, there will be a gathering of the Palestine veterans. They will parade at 1 o'clock, but many of them will not be able to walk very far, if at all. All of them will be over the age of 80. They went to this land in 45 as a peacekeeping force, but lost over 700 armed forces members, 200 police. It was a peacekeeping force that was there. And I actually believe that we owe it to them for this vote tonight to succeed. Many were not conscripts. Many were veterans of Arnhem, Normandy and Bergen-Belsen. And many of them felt and still feel betrayed by Israel and question the sacrifice that so many of their colleagues made. This vote, if won tonight, recognising the right of Palestinians, I believe it was something that they will very much welcome, but it is so long coming.
Anna Sawa.
I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak in this historic debate, the recognition of statehood for Palestine. One small part in righting a profound and lasting wrong. I must start by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Easington, for securing this debate and in doing so again demonstrating his commitment to justice and his commitment to this region. This is an issue that has widespread public support both in the UK and across the world. This has been shown by the hundreds of thousands of people who took to the streets over the summer to protest against the continued bloodshed in the region, and by the flooding of members' inboxes from constituents asking us to support this important motion. As has already been mentioned, this debate follows on from the failure of the UK government to support Palestinian statehood at the UN. Both in 2011 and in 2012, we on this side of the House urged the government to support the Palestinians' bid for recognition at the UN. Let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, this was a missed opportunity and was a shameful moment for the United Kingdom and our claim to be leaders on the international stage for justice and democracy. The selective way in which the British government applies its force and resource is sadly self-evident. I am therefore pleased that this motion has strong cross-party support, that this motion does not split along party lines, that this motion does not even split between those that class themselves as pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli. Rather, this is a motion that is pro-justice and pro-peace. Because Palestinian statehood is, I believe, both in the interests of the people of Palestine and the people of Israel. Because with statehood comes rights and responsibilities. The rights, the ability to govern freely, this is both politically and in the judiciary. The powers and the infrastructure we hope to deliver for their people. Economic freedom, the ability to grow your own economy and create prosperity. Because Palestine has the resource and the skills to be a self-sustaining, functioning country. The UN found that in 2010, the overall cost of the occupation to the Palestinian economy was in itself estimated at nearly $7 billion, or a staggering 85% of GDP. But as I say, not just rights, but also responsibilities. Statehood means that it obliges the Palestinian government to respect, protect and fulfil human rights for its people. It requires Palestinian forces to abide by international rules on armed conflict, and it requires the Palestinian people to accept and learn to coexist with all its neighbours. This recognition too is for a state. It's not an endorsement for any political party or any group within Gaza or the West Bank. Far from it. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are moments when the eyes of the world are on this place. I believe this is one of those moments. And what message will we send the international community? There will be those living in Palestine who keep hearing that word, peace, while at the same time they see a continued occupation, an ongoing blockade, further expansion of illegal settlements, and the never-ending cycle of violence and bloodshed, causing fear on both sides of the conflict.
Would my honourable friend allow me?
Happily give way.
Did he see the film on Saturday on BBC Two, The Gatekeepers, where those who were at the most senior level of the Israeli security service, the most senior people now retired, who urge that for the sake of Israel itself, there should be a willingness on the part of the Israeli government to negotiate with all, including Hamas. It's a great pity that the Israeli government refuses to accept such common sense.
I thank the member for that intervention. I think the key point from that intervention is that there is widespread support within Israel to support this motion today. People recognising who are friends of Israel, who are Israelis, who class themselves as being part of that struggle to find a peaceful resolution for the people of Israel, that they too recognise that this motion and statehood for Palestine is in the interest not just of Palestine, but is in the fundamental interests of Israel too. Going back to what I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the false dawns that we've had in Palestine before. People have heard warm words. They've been hearing warm words for decades. But I'm sorry, words are no longer enough. The best way of seeing a rejection of violence, the best way of seeing a rejection of militant forces is to have a rekindling of hope, so that people can stop hearing the word peace but actually start living the meaning of peace. This motion is an opportunity to move towards addressing decades of failure, which is a shame on the entire international community. Now, it's been said that somehow supporting this motion undermines peace or undermines the two-state solution. It's actually quite the opposite. This motion doesn't disregard the two-state solution, it endorses it. This motion doesn't undermine the peace process. There is no peace and there is no process, but shows that we are serious about finding a lasting solution. This motion doesn't damage Britain's role or undermine its standing in the international community, but it actually goes a long way to restoring its standing in the international community. This motion isn't a failure of leadership, but it's a demonstration of it. And that's why I will be passionately and proudly walking through the aisle lobbies tonight.
Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hadn't actually anticipated that I was going to be called to speak, so I am grateful for that. The proposal for this House to recognise Palestine's statehood is not only premature, but it's also misguided. An affirmative vote tonight would be nothing more than a propaganda victory for those who wish to bypass the mediation of the peace process in favour of international institutions like the United Nations, where the Palestinian Authority enjoys an automatic majority. 3 years ago, President Abbas made it explicit that the attempt to unilaterally assert statehood through the UN was to ensure, and I quote, would pave the way for the internationalisation of the conflict as a legal matter, not only a political one. It would also pave the way for us, the Palestinian Authority, to pursue claims against Israel at the United Nations human rights treaty bodies and the International Court of Justice. And I finish the quote. The Palestinian Authority is seeking to create opportunities for new diplomatic and legal fronts on the conflict with Israel that enables a distraction, an alternative and an escape route from the bilateral principle entailed in the Oslo Accords and subsequent diplomatic frameworks. I won't at the moment. And the proposers of this motion are aiding these efforts and are turning their backs on the peace process, and that is not a proposal that I can accept. The Middle East process is underpinned by several key documents, and this hasn't been addressed tonight. These prohibit the unilateral diplomatic action this motion would allow, and which the same documents deem to undermine the prospect of a negotiated settlement. In 1993, the PLO committed itself to a declaration, and again I quote, all outstanding issues relating to the permanent status will be resolved through negotiations. This was followed 2 years later in the Oslo II agreement, and it again said, the PLO said they would not take any step that would change the status of the Palestinian territories pending the outcome of the permanent status negotiations. This principle has a binding validity on all parties and has been subsequently, not at the moment, and has been a binding principle and subsequently reaffirmed as the only acceptable basis for a resolution.
Matthew Offord.
Mr. Speaker. This is also an agreement to which our government, the United Kingdom, as part of the European Union and the Quartet, is a signatory. Therefore, this motion is asking the UK government to break its commitment to the peace process. That is not a proposal that I can accept. A negotiated two-state agreement would also resolve other issues, including borders, security arrangements, and Israel's right to exist by all. But this motion would not allow recognition of the Palestinian state that would not even recognise or accept Israel's 1967 borders. So the former Foreign Secretary is calling for the 67 borders. If we had acceded to that request, that means the Golan Heights would be in the hands of Syria, or in fact, nowadays, in ISIL. And that means that Israel would not be able to continue to exist, and I could not accept that. Similarly, the concept of the 48 armistice lines should become a border with a terror state is another irresponsible policy, and is something which the Parliament of any liberal democracy should not be involved with in any way. The battle which Britain and our allies are part of is to stop the spread of fundamentalist Islamist control over the Levant, all of which Israel is part, not to speed it along. Go ahead.
Since he I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. But is he aware that when I intervened on his right honourable gentleman, the member for Kensington, I was careful in my language and spoke about any borders being based on the 1967 resolutions. And that's no different from that which is contained in the final page of the roadmap, which was endorsed by the government of Israel, amongst others.
Grateful for that clarification. Recognition of Palestine appears attractive and is considered to be the first step towards the internationalisation and perceived legitimisation, which could allow diplomatic and legal challenges to Israel through organisations which, again, are perceived to be sympathetic to Palestinian grievances. The recognition of Palestine would produce significant setbacks for the existing peace process and is bound to elicit a retrenchment in the position of Israel when they have previously agreed statements that have produced land swaps for peace. Most infamously, this occurred in 2005 when Israel undertook the unilateral move to withdraw from Gaza. And members can all remember what happened. Over 11,000 rockets have been fired from the Gaza Strip by terrorists into Israel. 5 million Israelis are currently living under the threat of rocket attacks, with more than 500,000 Israelis have less than 60 seconds to find shelter after a rocket is launched. This means that people in the biggest cities of Israel, including Tel Aviv, Jerusalem and Haifa, are all at risk. On the other hand, the negotiated peace deals such as the Egypt and Israel peace treaty in 1979 and the Israel and Jordan peace treaty in 1994 are examples of land being relinquished in return for stable peace negotiations. But the same did not occur at Camp David negotiations in 2000. The proposal to establish an independent Palestinian state in virtually all of the West Bank and Gaza, along with a Palestinian capital in East Jerusalem, was rejected because the alternative condition that the PA declare an end to the conflict as part of the final agreement. Consequently, the proposal for the recognition of Palestine's statehood without the fundamental aspects of final status negotiations that are coupled with a reciprocal agreement which relinquishes further claims over lands, properties and settlements, the right to return and access to Jerusalem is premature.
Well, my honourable friend allow me. My honourable friend says that he hadn't intended to speak, and he seems to be making up for this by reading at great speed from an Israeli government handout. Can we at least establish these ground rules, that those of us who will support this motion are still firm friends of Israel and defend Israel's right to security, but we also believe in justice for the Palestinian people?
Well, I'm grateful for another helpful intervention, but I can assure my honourable friend that it's certainly not an Israeli government press release. I hear one of the other honourable members chuntering away from there. Never mind. However, it is vital that we achieve any peace through a negotiation and mutual agreement between Israel and the Palestinian Authority, not through unilateral moves or preemptive recognition. Formal progress in peace deals has only ever been achieved through bilateral talks, which remain the way forward for the peace process. No credible peace-building initiative has ever emerged from the UN General Assembly. Both the UK government and the Conservative Party have been clear that bilateral negotiations are the only path to a stable peace. I understood that was the Labour Party's policy, but it seems today they've been whipped to vote for this motion because the leader of the Labour Party can't make his own mind up over Israel. Members of Parliament should vote against any unilateral declaration of Palestinian statehood, whilst making clear that they support the creation of a Palestinian state through direct bilateral negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians. It is of great concern that the amendment submitted by the Right Honourable Member has come forward, as I felt that the Right Honourable Member for Aberconway's amendment was more than adequate. The diplomatic process, realities on the ground, international law and not least the UN system itself are as likely to suffer serious negative consequences if members accede to the Palestinian attempt to remove the search for a two-state solution from the established bilateral framework. It is vital that we send a clear message that such an approach, which the Palestinian leadership has pursued since 2010, is a dead end, at best a costly distraction, and we should vote against the motion tonight.
Andrew Love.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like in the short time available to me this evening to add my voice to the resolution that's before us. And I do so for two reasons. First of all, 3 years ago at the United Nations, the then Foreign Secretary said that Palestine met the conditions and was ready for statehood. How long do they have to wait? But perhaps more importantly, against the backdrop of recurring violence, regular incursions into Gaza, settlement building activity. We urgently need to find new ways forward, and I believe that recognition can and should be a part of that new process. The Palestinians have waited a very long time for this debate, but there is now a developing consensus internationally that Palestine is ready for recognition. 134 countries have now recognised it diplomatically, including a number of members of the European Union. The new Swedish government became the 135th at the beginning of October. UN observer status was granted in 2011 by 138 votes to 9. 41 abstentions, one from the United Kingdom, but France, Italy and Spain all voted yes. Contrary to what the Right Honourable Member for Kensington said, the IMF, the World Bank and the European Union have all reported separately that the institutions in Palestine are appropriate to the formation of a state. But of course the Foreign Secretary at that time also elaborated government policy, and he said that the decision on recognition should be at the moment of our choosing, and in his words, that should best help bring about peace. There are many reasons why the timing is now right. First of all, recognition would give a very clear signal about the illegality of occupation. We've talked incessantly about settlement building. There are 550,000 settlers in Palestinian territory, and we've had recent announcements that suggest that that figure will increase rapidly. Now is the time. Yes.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to ask the honourable member this question. If we believe in internationalism and in self-determination, is it not wholly unacceptable, unjust and illogical not to allow the Palestinians to have a state?
Well, I shall come on to that, but the short answer is yes. Settlement building, we need to take action now to ensure that the building activity, which so undermines the whole peace process, is brought to an end. And I believe recognition will be a symbolic gesture towards that end. It also addresses the real fears that the window of opportunity for the two-state solution is narrowing, and is narrowing rapidly. Many openly question whether it has any current validity, and recognising Palestine a second state would help to ensure that that was the case. Recognition will also help to highlight the root causes of the conflict and address the cycle of violence that has ravaged Gaza 3 times in recent years. It will strengthen, rather than weaken, as has been suggested in the House tonight, the voices of moderation and compromise. I hope not just on the Palestinian side, but indeed on both sides. It will help to avoid the dangers of adopting a one-state solution. That would be a disastrous conclusion of the negotiation process, and recognition by declaring that Palestine was that second state would help to undermine the one-state solution. But even accepting recognition, people have suggested that some form of unilateralism will take part on the Palestinian Authority. The reality is that the PLO are in no doubt, and have stated so publicly, that the occupation can only end through a negotiated settlement, and we need to reaffirm that this evening. The motion before us also has the great merit of recognising that statehood is an issue solely it's a bilateral issue between the United Kingdom and Palestine. It should not be part of a negotiated settlement. Israel would never have accepted that someone else would have a veto over their statehood, and we shouldn't accept it in the case of Palestine. What would be the consequences of rejecting this motion this evening? Well, first of all, it would send a signal that we don't think it's a priority to recognise the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people, particularly the right to self-determination. We would be underplaying the need for a viable sovereign Palestinian state, which our Foreign Secretary has said is in place. We would be accepting an extension of the Israeli military occupation. It's in its 48th year now. We'd further enshrine that into the future. I think that we should vote in favour of recognition. It would strengthen the belief of the Palestinians in diplomacy and democratic debate. That would go a long way to improving the climate for these negotiations.
Hugh Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. And can I start by saying what a great pleasure it is to follow the Honourable Member for Edmonton, as always, and indeed the many Honourable and Right Honourable Members who've already made excellent contributions. As the last sort of minister out of the washing machine on this topic, I think it would be appropriate for me to start, I think on behalf of members across the House, by paying tribute to the many excellent people at the Foreign Office, both in the desk here, in our two excellent missions in the Embassy in Tel Aviv and the Consulate in East Jerusalem, ably led by Matthew Gould, Sir Vincent Feen and Alistair MacPhail, who have done so much along with their staffs, both Foreign Office, DFID and locally employed, to do so much to represent our interests and help the people of the region. We genuinely, all of us, owe them a great deal. My time over the past year was really dominated by the Kerry Peace Plan, a process which initially excited much optimism but was ultimately doomed, I'm afraid to say, like many of its predecessors. And when I was thinking about what to say usefully today, my eyes were drawn to a line in Jonathan Powell's new book, which I saw previewed at the weekend, which said, "A deal depends on personal chemistry and uncommon leadership." And I regret to say, having studied this area in detail over the last year, both were absent from the most recent round. So what did we learn from this recent round about the Middle East peace process and the connected issue of recognition for the state of Palestine? The first is that I genuinely believe there will be no deal unless the international community not only remains engaged in this process, but actually drives it. The US is the only power in the world that can force the necessary concessions from the Israeli government and meet their security concerns. The Kerry Peace Plan remains an excellent basis for the restart of negotiations, and the reconstruction of a Palestinian state will require the sort of Gulf money that has been welcome and evident in Cairo over the weekend. So it is key to keep the wider Arab world involved. Egypt also has a key role to play, and here in the UK I think we need to have a more consistent policy on Egypt. We have unique bilateral investment in Egypt. We're the largest bilateral investor in the country. Around 1 million Great British tourists travel there each year. And the resolution of the Gaza issue depends as much on the Egyptians as on the Israelis. We should deal positively with Cairo for the greater good of the region. Secondly, having secured proactive international buy-in, we do then need to freeze the situation on the ground and buy those negotiations some time. At the moment, every single hurdle and obstacle along the way is met with terrorist violence and announcements of more settlements. If there is much more building, particularly on Area C, a two-state solution will fast become undeliverable, and we'll be left with the one-state option, which will be in no one's interest.
Was it the experience of my right honourable friend that he believed that Mahmoud Abbas was a genuine partner for peace?
It absolutely was, and I believe by the same token there were many people on the Israeli side who are absolutely genuine partners for peace. But that ability to make those crucial decisions, to make those really tough compromises that are necessary to deliver the peace process, was, I'm afraid, in the end absent, as has been the case in the past. Thirdly, the international community needs to look at an appropriated and calibrated programme of incentives and disincentives at key points towards a peace process, of which the recognition of a Palestinian state will be a key component. That will be extraordinarily difficult, but it must be done in such a way that it is in neither side's interest to derail that process. And finally, I fear, just in practical terms, we need to look again at our own policy. I know, having sat there only a month or two beforehand, that the Minister will be bound to say tonight that British policy is to support a two-state solution, which is good, based on the 67 boundaries with agreed land swaps. But I think we have to recognise, as I did when I stood looking at a settlement in East Jerusalem, that the international community lacks the will to bulldoze £1 million houses built illegally in settlements. And I think we will have to form a new border, probably based on the wall, and then look to deal with the settlements beyond it if we are to make any progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, I firmly believe that the principle of the Palestinian state is a right and fair one, and I'm delighted to be a co-signatory to the former Foreign Secretary's amendment to that effect tonight. However, I also feel that to declare it unilaterally at this precise time could well be the catalyst for a further period of instability. I think that the international community needs to re-engage on this issue as never before, led by the USA, with the Arab world and Egypt alongside, and lay out a roadmap, including incentives and disincentives, to a final agreement in which the recognition of a Palestinian state is a key milestone. There is no doubt this will be extraordinarily difficult, as many of our predecessors have found, but the alternative is unacceptably grim, and this House can play a part in that process tonight.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the first opportunity I've had to speak in a debate in this House since the 12th of since the 12th of September, when my father passed away. It gives me an opportunity to say thank you to all the many members who have contacted me and expressed their condolences. It is much appreciated. It is also quite apt that I get to speak in a debate that touches on the issue of peace process and peace processing, and I think an opportunity to express some of the lessons learnt that this House should have learnt in terms of dealing with a divided nation and a divided land. Israel and Palestine are, of course, often described as the promised land, and this Mother of Parliament has an opportunity to make sure that it doesn't become a broken, promised land, that it actually plays a part in ensuring that promises are honoured and promises are cemented. Because what we see happening in that part of the world is, of course, cruel, and it is unfair in many people's eyes, and is something which does deserve to have our attention and does deserve to be healed. But this House, which is often described as the Mother of Parliaments, must not become the arrogant Parliament, must not assume that it has the right to tell people how to sort out its peace processes, whenever it knows that there is a better way, and when it has been able, in its own backyard in Northern Ireland, to prove that there are better steps and better ways. And the very brief comments that I want to make tonight, I just want to draw two lessons which I think have to be brought. I raised one right at the very beginning of the debate in my intervention to the mover of this very important motion. And I asked him that in our experience, and as a Parliament, as a nation, his party and this Parliament played a very important role in ensuring that when you have a negotiation, you do not set the conclusion of the negotiation in stone in advance of the negotiations. You do not do it during the negotiations. You allow the participants in the process to find their own conclusions. And I think I was told that argument was going to be devastated and set aside. It is unfortunate that that argument has not been addressed. And it can't be addressed because this House knows it is right. This House knows that participants have to find their way. They cannot be told or lectured or dictated what is the actual best way. And I think, therefore, this motion, well-meaning, well-intentioned, and supported by friends and colleagues on all sides of the argument, I think would do the wrong thing at the wrong time, because it would be saying, here is a conclusion that this House is going to reach, and that is wrong. And it is wrong because we've even seen from some members, over 130 other parliaments and processes have said this is the conclusion we which make. Hasn't made that of a difference. And I think, therefore, we must step back and realise that there is a better way. The other point I want to draw from our experience involved in a peace process is that you do not put your hands to and you do not pour fuel on already burning flames. I believe that to recognise the state of Palestine at this particular point, when there are significant and strong elements within the Palestinian negotiation process that do not even recognise Israel and would not allow that state to exist, that again would be pouring flames on and making matters worse on a very, very difficult situation. Whilst no one here claims to have the answers to that process, I think we ought to and must, and as a rule should, tread carefully. One of the members who spoke earlier said people want to see light at the end of the tunnel. I agree with that point. We don't want to see flames in the tunnel, because all we get then is more smoke.
Minister Tobias.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by saying that it's actually an honour to participate in this debate today, which reflects, I think, the House at its best. I've actually travelled the Middle East for 30 years. I've written about it. I served there as an officer, and now I'm the Minister for the region, and I'm humbled by the depth of knowledge on all sides of the House and the spirit in which this debate has taken place. Can I join others in congratulating the Honourable Member for Easington on securing this debate, and I welcome the contributions of Honourable Members from all sides of the House. And I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, that important statements nevertheless, have curtailed the length of this important debate. Before responding to specific points raised, let me briefly set out the government's position on the Middle East peace process and recognition of Palestinian state. Let me start by addressing the terrible situation in Gaza, where I visited last week and was profoundly shocked and saddened at the suffering of ordinary Gazans. More than 100,000 people have been made homeless by the conflict. 450,000 have no access to water. That's about 1/3 of the population. Yesterday, I attended the Gaza Reconstruction Conference in Cairo with my DFID counterpart, right honourable friend from New Forest West. And it was clear that the international community stands ready to support the rebuilding of Gaza. And I'm pleased to say that the UK pledged £20 million to help kickstart the recovery and help the Gazan people back on their feet. The UK has been one of the largest donors to Gaza this summer, providing more than £17 million in emergency assistance. This has helped to provide food, clean water, shelter, medical assistance to those in most need. But let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not want to see a return to the status quo. This was the 3rd time in 6 years that conflict has broken out in Gaza, and reconstruction has been needed. To illustrate the problem, in 2000, over 15,000 trucks of exports left Gaza, and in 2013, that number had dwindled to only 200 trucks. The UN estimates that it could take 18 years to rebuild Gaza without major change, and say Gaza could become unlivable by 2020 if the underlying causes are not addressed. It risks becoming an incubator for extremism in the region. At the same time, Israel has faced yet another unacceptable barrage of rockets from Hamas and other militant groups. This is frankly unsustainable. We all know that if the problems are left to fester, conflict could break out at any time. Bold political steps are therefore necessary to stop the cycle of violence once and for all. We welcome the agreement between Israel, the Palestinian Authority, and the UN to assist in reconstruction. This must now be implemented. More is needed as a priority, and we are urging the parties to make serious and substantive progress in talks in Cairo now to ensure the ceasefire is durable and that it both addresses Israel's security concerns and ensures movement and access restrictions are lifted. There must also be a clear economic plan. Gaza has huge economic potential and significant natural resources which need to be realised. There must be urgent repairs to the upgrades in public utilities, including water, sewage and infrastructure and power. The parties must also work together to open the border crossings to goods and people to allow greater connectivity between Gaza and the West Bank. I fully support Baroness Ashton's announcement yesterday that the EU is analysing the feasibility of a maritime link which could open Gaza to Europe. I discussed this issue with my Palestinian and Israeli counterparts last week when I was in the region. It is also crucial that the Palestinian Authority returns to Gaza to provide with services and security. And in that regard, last week's Palestinian cabinet meeting, which took place for the first time in Gaza, is a positive sign. The Palestinians must also take steps to address Israel's legitimate security concerns. The world has shown that it is willing to put the necessary money on the table. The parties must now demonstrate that they are ready to take the political steps necessary to prevent conflict in Gaza. But even a more durable ceasefire is no substitute for peace. There must be urgent progress towards a two-state solution that meets the aspirations of both the Israelis and indeed the Palestinians. I will do.
Minister, for giving way and what he's said so far. During his discussions, was there any point where there was a serious debate about the problem of the lives that are faced by the many Palestinian refugees in camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan and other places? They too, surely, must be part of a long-term peace equation. They have spent more than 60 years in these camps. It cannot go on forever like that.
I agree with the honourable gentleman. Indeed, I had a number of bilaterals whilst I was in Cairo, and I met the foreign minister for Lebanon, and we spoke about this very issue. The honourable gentleman might be aware that we are pouring significant DFID funds and also Ministry of Defence funds to actually support Lebanon in this case. In Cairo yesterday, Secretary Kerry again reaffirmed that the United States is fully committed to bringing the parties back to negotiations. The UK will continue to take a leading role in working closely with international partners to support US efforts. A just and lasting peace will require leadership by all sides. And that means for Israel and the Palestinians, this must mean a commitment to returning to dialogue and to avoid all actions which undermine prospects for peace. Let us be clear. Israel lives in a tough neighbourhood and faces multiple security challenges. The British government is a staunch supporter of Israel's right to defence. Israel is a friend, and we are proud to be pursuing a strong bilateral relationship from our trade to our commitment to growth in high-tech startups. However, Israel's settlement building makes it hard for Israel's friends to make the case that Israel is committed to peace. I give way.
I'm most grateful. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm most grateful to the Minister for taking the intervention. I wonder if the Minister would enlighten the House about what he perceives to be the consequences if the motion were to be passed in this House tonight. Would the consequences be helpful at the present time? Would they be neutral or would they be negative? I think that would be very helpful in guiding us in making the right decision in a very controversial and very important debate and vote this evening.
Well, I ask her to be patient so I can actually complete my speech, and I will actually get to that point. But we have made our position absolutely very clear that Britain defends the right to choose our moment, which is appropriate for the peace process, and when we make that bilateral decision. Moving back to the Israeli settlement building, last week I visited the E1 area of the West Bank and met members of the Bedouin community living there who are currently facing relocation by the Israeli authorities. They told me they had no wish to leave and expressed their fears of being forcibly transferred to make way for the construction of Israeli settlements. Such a move would seriously threaten the possibility of a contiguous Palestinian state, and according to the UN would be contrary to the international humanitarian law. Israel's recent decision to advance settlement plans units in Gavat Hamatos will also have serious implications for the possibility of Jerusalem being part of a Palestinian state. As the Foreign Secretary said on the 3rd of October, Israel needs to change course on this now. The Palestinian Authority must also show leadership, recommitting itself to dialogue with Israel and making progress on governance and security for Palestinians in Gaza as well as the West Bank. I'd be delighted to.
Grateful. The words which he and his ministerial colleagues, including the Prime Minister, has used against Israelis' further settlement building have been very robust. Could he say what action the British government intends to take if his words and his government's words are ignored?
We are at a critical position. It was clear in the discussions in Cairo that there is a huge effort to recognise where we are in the place of trying to sort out a two-state solution. If I may finish. That's been recognised, and there is now huge international effort to bring all parties to the table. That is where these issues actually need to be discussed. But having said that, we have made it very, very clear our concern about these developments, which then must be considered when the parties come together to consider a two-state solution. I'm going to make a little bit more progress, and then I'll give way. I'll make a little bit more progress, then I will give way. Our commitment to that vision is why the UK is a leading donor to the Palestinian Authority and such a strong supporter of its state-building efforts. We're providing almost £350 million between 2011 and 2015 to build Palestinian institutions, deliver essential services, and relieve the humanitarian situation. We commend the leadership of President Abbas and Prime Minister Hamdallah, who I met last week, and their commitment to security cooperation and institutional reform. Yet, despite their commitment and the support of donors such as the UK, the aspirations of the Palestinian people cannot be fully realised until there is an end to the occupation, a point that the Right Honourable Gentleman just made. And we believe that this will only come through negotiations. That is why, following the Cairo conference, the sense of urgency was recognised, a point that I've just made, and why the UK hopes that a serious process can now urgently resume. That is the time to readdress these issues. Only an end to the occupation will ensure the Palestinian statehood becomes a reality on the ground. The UK will bilaterally recognise a Palestinian state when we judge that it can best help bring about the peace. I would give way to my right honourable friend.
Thank you. I'm most grateful to my honourable friend. All that he is saying, I've absolutely no doubt, is entirely true. But it's a matter of judgment, surely. And we all want to see negotiations, and no doubt there is some magic right time for these to go well. But would not a vote tonight by this House for the motion as amended provide a catalyst, even a nudge, towards both parties to come together and to come together more quickly?
I believe the nudge that we saw was in the announcements that were made in the Cairo conference and the recognition of the huge amount of money that is now pouring in. I was very moved by a speech that was given by Ban Ki-moon at the UN General Assembly, where he said, "Is this what we do? Is this who we are? We reconstruct, it's damaged. We reconstruct, it's damaged. It's reconstruct and it's damaged. Is this the cycle that we now endure?" And what was clear in Cairo is that is unacceptable, that there needs to be a commitment to rebuilding, but there also the parties need to come back to the table in order to discuss and work towards that two-state solution. That is what is on the agenda at the moment, and that is what we are focusing on. I won't. I want to make some more progress, and then I will give way a little bit later. I want to come to some of the specific points raised by honourable members, and apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Limiting time means I cannot address everybody. I will write to honourable members if I've not been able to cover their views. Firstly, the honourable member for Easington, the proposer of the motion, who placed into context Britain's historical role in the region. Can I just clarify the issue to do with the IMF and the World Bank? They have not said that they recommend statehood, but they say that the essential institutions are there. Secondly, I believe that one of the most powerful speeches made today was by my honourable friend for Croydon. It takes some courage, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak in the manner that he did, and the House is all the wiser for his contribution. My honourable friend for Kensington spoke about the question of what practical benefit will it make in voting for this today. You can, after all, Madam Deputy Speaker, only play this card once. Once it's done, you cannot repeat it. So the timing of this is critical. The honourable member for Liverpool Riverside spoke about the important role of John Kerry, and I think we should all pay tribute to the hard work and dedication that he has pursued in trying to bring parties to the table. We went a long way back in April, and it's important we pick up where we were at that point. The same point was made by the Honourable Member for Bately-Spen. The Right Honourable Friend for Rutland and Melton described this as the most vexed and sensitive issue, which is very true. And can I just pay tribute to his work that he did as DFID Minister to see how oil and gas reserves in the Gazan territory can be harnessed. I found this an irony, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we were at a conference in Cairo where all countries were contributing funds, substantial funds, and yet on the Gazan territory and off the shore of Gaza there is mineral wealth which could be harnessed. And I'm pleased to say that that is one of the things that must be placed on the agenda and will be brought up with my Israeli counterparts. My honourable friend for Hartsmere was the first to speak of the role of Hamas, something that's not been mentioned, and the challenge of governance in Gaza. That is the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. My honourable friend for Edmonton, the honourable member for Edmonton, spoke about how long do we have to wait for a solution. My honourable friend for Feversham and Mid-Kent rightly paid tribute to the hard work of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and those who tirelessly work in posts around the world. They do us a grand service, and I think the whole House pays tribute to the work that they do. The honourable friend for the honourable member for North Antrim paid a moving tribute to his father, and I think the whole House joins him with that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many members who are very keen to speak in this debate, and with a
order, that is not a point of order. The House is well aware that it is not a point of order. The House is well aware that there are many members wishing to speak. The Minister is well aware. The front bench spokesman for the opposition is well aware. And I notice that the Minister is keeping his remarks much shorter than ministers normally do, and I'm sure he will conclude soon. We will not waste more time on more points of order that aren't points of order. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I heed the comment that has been made. I have taken a number of interventions, and I thought that was right. I will now move to my conclusion, which I'm sure he will appreciate. I will not give way. I do not think it would be appropriate for me to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, so the challenges are clear. We must act urgently to help the people of Gaza get back on their feet and begin the hard work of reconstruction. And to put an end to the destructive status quo, there must be swift progress towards a durable ceasefire that addresses Israel's security concerns and lifts the restrictions of Gaza. Even a durable ceasefire can only be a temporary measure. The international community must redouble its efforts to support a comprehensive peace agreement that delivers an independent Palestinian state, alongside a safe and secure Israel. The UK will be with other parties every step of the way, and we will continue to push for progress towards peace and lead the way in supporting Palestinian state building and measures to address Israel's security concerns. The UK will recognise a Palestinian state at a time most helpful to the peace process, because a negotiated end to that occupation is the most effective way for Palestinian aspirations of statehood to be met on the ground. But I do recognise the strength of feeling about this issue among many people in Britain, and I'm glad that this debate has given me the opportunity to set out the government's position. So can I once again thank the honourable member for Easington for raising it, and other honourable members for their contributions. Thank you.
Before I call the Shadow Minister, I should tell the House that, as we have just discussed, there are a great many people waiting to speak, so I have to reduce the time limit for backbench speeches to 4 minutes. Ian Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, may I begin by congratulating my honourable friend for Easington in securing this historically significant debate. And I will seek to limit my remarks, and I do hope that members will forgive me if I don't refer to them by name, although I do want to refer by name to the right honourable members for Rutland and Melton, and also Faversham and Mid-Bedfordshire, who I think made very, very significant interventions, and I'd like to thank them for doing that. To clarify the position as far as the Labour Party is concerned, this motion will be supported by the Labour Party because it reflects our long-standing support for the principle of recognition of Palestinian statehood. Labour will also be supporting the manuscript amendment
because it makes clear our support for recognition of Palestinian statehood as a contribution to securing a negotiated two-state solution. Labour is clear that, of course, it's a matter for any government to recognise another state at any point of their choosing, and it is a matter for this government, just as the former Foreign Secretary, now Leader of the House, made clear as long ago as 2011. But the Minister himself has just said that there now needs to be urgent progress towards peace. There now needs to be, to use his word, a catalyst. And I urge the government and the Minister to listen to this debate, to the tenor of this debate, to the seriousness of this debate, and to judge their own policy upon the views that are being expressed tonight. The timing and mechanism of deciding whether to recognise Palestinian statehood is a matter for this government, and it will be decided by Labour in government if that decision has not been made by this government before Labour comes to power. We have made very clear that we will always be working with partners multilaterally to advance the two-state solution agenda. We fully support two states living side by side in peace and recognised by all of their neighbours. We are clear that Palestinian statehood is not a gift to be given, but a right to be recognised. And that is why, since 2011, the Honourable Member for Hendon should heed this. Since 2011, when the Leader of the Opposition made clear Labour policy, Labour has supported Palestinian recognition at the United Nations. The weeks of bloodshed witnessed in Gaza this summer and the breakdown of meaningful negotiations in April this year are a painful and stark reminder of how distant and difficult the prospect of a peaceful resolution to this conflict remain. I was in Israel and in Palestine at the end of July and beginning of August this year and heard directly from Israelis and Palestinians about their view of the position on the ground. One conversation stayed with me with an Israeli general who said to me that this conflict would end sooner or later, and how many died would depend upon how quickly that resolution was reached. That was true for Gaza then, and it's true for the wider Middle East conflict now. There needs to be urgent steps taken to stop people dying. And the steps that need to be taken are political steps in order to resolve the conflict. That's why it was right for the Leader of the Opposition in 2011 to instruct my honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, to write to the Foreign Secretary asking the UK government to support the Palestinian bid for recognition at the United Nations. That's why it was right for Labour in 2012 to call on the UK government to vote in favour of Palestine's bid for enhanced observer status at the United Nations General Assembly, a vote on which this government abstained. I've never understood how, in the context of a conflict when so many have died, it can be wrong to use political steps and the United Nations to make progress. Indeed, this principle has been widely supported, as my honourable friend from Blackburn said earlier, referring to the roadmap from 2002 to 3, where, to quote, creating an independent Palestinian state with provisional borders and attributes to sovereignty based on the new constitution as a way station to a permanent state of settlement was a part of the roadmap endorsed by President Bush and endorsed by Prime Minister Sharon. So the roadmap set out that Palestinian statehood was part of the solution. And since then, much progress has been made. We heard from the Honourable Gentleman from Hertsmere that President Abbas is a true partner for peace and that much progress has been made in the West Bank during that period. It's crucial, therefore, at this time when help is needed, that President Abbas receives support for the political path that he has chosen. And we need to support President Hamas to follow the path of peace and not the path that the terrorists of Hamas inflict on the people of Israel, which I've seen in my own eyes in Ashkelon and in Sderot. We should, as we stand today, be supporting peaceful political steps. And this is why the Labour Party will be maintaining its support for a two-state solution to the Middle East conflict by supporting this motion. Labour is clear that this conflict will only be resolved through negotiations. However, after decades of diplomatic failure, there are those on all sides that question whether we can actually achieve peace. That's why we believe that amid the despair today, we need to make a dramatic step. The government has rightly stated that the goal of all diplomatic efforts must be a two-state solution brought about by negotiations. But no negotiations are taking place. How can the government's present position on Palestinian recognition help bring about resumed negotiations? We supported Palestinian recognition at the UN in the Labour Party, and we support the principle of recognition today because we believe it will strengthen the moderate voices amongst the Palestinians who want to pursue the path of politics, not the path of violence. Labour urges the government to listen to the House of Commons, listen to the voices on the Conservative benches, on the Liberal Democrat benches, on the Labour benches, on all of the benches, and to give the Palestinians what they have as a right, statehood. This is not an alternative to negotiations, it is a bridge for beginning them.
Mike Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate, and I'd like other members, to congratulate the honourable member for bringing the motion forward. I was, like other members, really disappointed at the Minister's response because he didn't say anything that was wrong with the motion. He didn't say anything that would harm the interests of Israel. He didn't actually say anything that would benefit the people of Palestine. But this amendment, this motion and the amendment that's brought forward brings home that light at the end of the tunnel. When you speak to Palestinians, whether it's President Abbas in this House or Palestinians on the street in the West Bank or in Palestine, you see firsthand and hear firsthand that the voice from the UK Parliament is a very important voice for them. The message that we send out here tonight is a message of hope for them, that we in this Parliament recognise the right of their struggle and their right of self-determination. There has not been a single point made by those who would oppose this motion or would speak as if it would harm Israel that have put a sustainable argument forward. Not one iota of what's been put forward by them would stand the test of close examination. We have an opportunity to say to those people of Gaza who've had their homes systematically bombed and destroyed, the current figure is something like £5 billion worth of infrastructure damage in Gaza alone, has to be put right. Even when the Israelis leave
Would the honourable member accept that the reason for that dreadful bombing is Hamas's launching of rockets on Israeli civilians and the building of terror tunnels?
For 1 minute that the Israelis' attitude and the sort of punishment they dished out was in any way the right thing for them to do. It wasn't in their best interest, and it certainly wasn't in the best interest of the people of Palestine. Like the honourable member who spoke earlier in an intervention and mentioned the Gatekeeper programme that was a Newsnight special. 5 of the last 6 heads of the top security network in Israel said that successive prime ministers had not wanted to solve the problem with Palestine. And 5 out of the 6 said it was a mistake and Israel had to change its policy. Now, these were the people who were leading the defence of Israel, but they recognise, obviously far too late, because they didn't do this when they were in office, but they are now recognising that something has to give in Israel. But we go back to the initial point of this debate. There is not a single thing that will harm Israel if we give this our blessing tonight. But it will send out a powerful message that really is crying out to be heard for the people of Palestine, whether they're in the refugee camps where 4 generations have now lived, whether it's in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, or wherever. The people of Palestine have waited 65 years to get the justice they deserved. We didn't listen then that when we could have given a two-state solution in 48. We chose not to do it. And people made that biggest mistake. Yes?
I'm sorry to just correct him on a historical point, but I mean, my understanding is that the UN did vote for a two-state solution, and 5 Arab armies then invaded Israeli territory. So it's not quite as he suggests, I think.
You'll also recollect that those 5 Arab states were seeking more of a reassurance that their borders would be safeguarded as well. So it was a two-edged sword, I'm afraid. So we have to be very careful when we quote that situation. So I just want to end by saying, please, for goodness sake, let us all send out a positive message to the people of Palestine, give them the hope and the light at the end of the tunnel they deserve to see coming their way.
Julie Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say how grateful I am that my neighbouring MP, the Honourable Member for Easington, secured this debate today in Backbench Business Time, and that I'm speaking in support of both his motion and the manuscript amendment laid down by my right honourable friend from Blackburn. That it's been one of the most fascinating debates I've had the privilege to witness in this House since becoming a member. And for me, the motion is very simple. There's no ambiguity. All sides want a two-state solution, a solution that works and is sustainable. That can only be reached by negotiation, by people talking to each other. There is no other way to reach that situation. However, just as Israel was given statehood in 1950 with no preconditions, I do believe Palestine should be given the same. For negotiations to work, it is helpful the more level playing field that there is out there, the more equality there is between sides. And at the minute, that simply isn't the case. And as a member earlier in the debate said, there is a bit of a moral obligation on us after the Balfour Declaration, which wasn't carried through entirely, on us as a country, I think, to try and support this situation. This year's conflict in Gaza shows how unequal the two sides are in this situation. There were some 1,462 civilians killed on the Palestinian side and 7 on the Israeli side. All of those a personal disaster for their families, regrettable. But you can see by the numbers the absolute imbalance in this situation. No, I'm going to carry on. The imbalance that is there, giving Palestinian statehood would not harm Israel in any way, but it would give some support to the Palestinian people. For me, the issue is very straightforward and very simple, and I'm going to keep my comments absolutely brief and end on a personal story. I have a friend who came to Sunderland, my city, in the early 80s to study at what was then the Polytechnic, which is now the university. He was born in Gaza, and on his travel documents, under nationality, he had Palestinian. His brother, who was born in the exact same place 7 or 8 years later, had stateless on his travel documents. That is not something any child should have on a travel document. It's wrong, it's immoral, and it should stop. And that is why, on a personal level, I'm supporting the amendment and the motion today, because it is the right and the moral thing to do. Yeah.
Peter Lilly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't discuss the rights and wrongs of the Palestinian and Israeli causes about which honourable members have spoken with such passion and eloquence, because I want to focus on the narrow issue of recognition, when it's appropriate, and what its consequences are. Some countries grant recognition as a mark of approval of a regime and withhold it as a mark of disapproval. Others only grant recognition on condition of receiving reciprocal favours from the country concerned. Neither approach has traditionally been that of the British government. We have always granted recognition to a regime, however abhorrent, once it has established effective control of the state apparatus on the bulk of its territory. Likewise, we withhold or withdraw recognition from any regime, however congenial if it lacks or loses control over the bulk of the state apparatus in its territory. Thus, whereas the United States refused to recognise the communist regime in China for many years and continued to recognise Taiwan as the legitimate government, Britain speedily recognised the People's Republic of China once its power was clearly established. I believe we should stick to that pragmatic approach, subject to two qualifications. I believe, therefore, that we should recognise the Palestinian state not as a mark of approval of its policies or disapproval of Israeli policies, but simply as a recognition of a reality as we would have recognised anywhere else in the world. Now, there are two possible objections to this. The first is that it's a question of recognising a state as well as a regime. Normally, we recognise a state as a state any duly constituted territory established as a state of a long history, or more recently by agreement with the previous authorities exercising sovereignty in that territory. So we didn't recognise Katanga or Biafra, even though the breakaway regime established control. But Palestine is not a breakaway regime. It was recognised as a separate entity by the inheritor of the previous sovereign authority, the League of Nations, then the General Assembly of the United Nations. I will, of course.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I'm really interested that he is drawing a conclusion of recognition. Does he think it's significant that he, the Right Honourable Gentleman from Mid-Sussex, the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rutland and Milton, the Right Honourable Gentleman for Croydon South, very distinguished senior Conservative backbenchers and former ministers, have arrived at the conclusion that recognition is the way forward? Is this a very significant step?
I'm sure it's extremely significant, as any contribution I make is. The second objection is one raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Kensington and Chelsea, that the Palestinian state is not in de facto control of its territory because of Israeli occupation. But Britain has never accepted that military occupation extinguishes a country's statehood. We didn't during the Second World War, when we continued to recognise all the occupied countries in Western Europe.
Like France.
So, for that reason, we should go ahead with recognition. But what effect does recognition have? And here I fear I must disappoint members on both sides of the debate. It has very little impact indeed. Both the proponents and opponents of recognition exaggerate the impact we will have. 134 countries have recognised Israel, and it's had no discernible effect either in advancing or hindering the peace process. We sadly, in this House, can cling to the delusion that the world hangs on our every word. That I think it's absurd to imagine that people who are prepared to, people who are prepared to fire rockets at civilian areas from Palestine, or people in Israel who are prepared to incur international odium from the brutal way in which they respond, will be moved much one way or the other by what we in this House say today. And it's time we grew up as a parliament and recognised that actually we have very little control over what happens there. Ultimately, it's going to be the people on both sides who will recognise the need to reach an accommodation. As in that very important programme the other night, 6 former heads of Shin Bet, the state security apparatus in Israel, recognised there was a need to recognise an accommodation. So, in conclusion, we should, in line with our traditional policy, recognise the Palestinian state as a reality. We're not granting it anything, we're recognising a fact. We should make it clear that in doing so, we're not expressing support for its policies or repudiating the right of Israel to exist. But we must accept that change will only come about as a result of those on the ground in Israel and Palestine realising they need...
Order. Andy MacDonald.
I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Easington, in securing this important debate. My father served with the army in Palestine from 1945 to 1948, during the currency of the British Mandate, and he didn't speak much about it. But he did tell me at the end of his tour of duty he had a chit for leave to spend the last night in Jerusalem, but his comrade pleaded with him to let him have the chit as he wanted to see a girl in town. He'd fallen in love with her and didn't know when he'd see her again, so he was desperate. My dad let him have the chit, but sadly the vehicle that took the soldiers into town that night was attacked by terrorists, and the seat that the love-struck soldier sat in bore the brunt of the attack, and he was killed outright. That could have been my dad's seat. There were other terrorist attacks on trains and famously on the King David Hotel, and of course amongst those terrorists were Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir, who both went on to hold the highest office in the newly formed State of Israel. The point I'm making, Madam Deputy Speaker, is of course that committed individuals and groups who pursue self-determination may at one time be deemed as terrorists, but then perceived as freedom fighters and ultimately statesmen. And we need look no further than the journey made by the great man Nelson Mandela, and indeed a glance across the water to the island of Ireland. I will indeed.
To my honourable friend, like him, my dad served in what was then Palestine in the late 1930s before the outbreak of the Second World War. And I think where the point that I would like to make is different from the other 135 countries who recognised Palestine. Our recognition would be quite different because we were the protectorate. We were the power that held the mandate of protection over the area of Palestine, which subsequently became Israel and Palestine.
I thank my honourable friend for that point. It's a very, very powerful one. We've got such strong historical links in Palestine. These are responsibilities that we bear, and I do disagree. I think the world will look to this chamber and will look to see what the British Parliament says about these important issues. And indeed, as the honourable member for Mid-Sussex said, the Balfour Declaration made it abundantly clear when expressing that this country would use its best endeavours to establish a national home for the Jewish people, but nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. On any reasonable interpretation, whilst clearly a national home for the Jewish people was of course created, it cannot be said that the interests of the non-Jewish people have not been prejudiced. Palestinian people are prisoners in their own land, and it's been said on innumerable occasions that a Palestine state is not a gift but a right, and I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment. And when such a right exists, it is simply not acceptable that the right should be denied or that conditions should apply. I know that some say that the state of Palestine should only be recognised on the conclusion of successful peace negotiations between the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority. If that were to hold sway, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would simply continue the injustice forevermore. That would be to put the cart before the horse, and worse still, would simply exacerbate the situation. Can we really say with any sincerity that Benjamin Netanyahu will put his name to preconditions leading to the creation of the Palestinian state that would ever be acceptable to the Palestinian people? We're all agreed that the actions of Hamas in launching missile attacks were abhorrent, but what hope are we offering to the Palestinian people? Imagine some coastal areas of our own land being blockaded and starved, or bulldozers rolling in, destroying the properties and farms of innocent people. What would we expect those people to do? Simply lie down and accept such brutality? No. Any people in those circumstances would fight with whatever they could lay their hands on to protect themselves and fight back. It's a basic instinct, and you can bet your bottom dollar the British would do it. Yes, the death of an Israeli soldier and an Israeli civilian is a tragedy every single time it happens. But dropping bombs on innocent people in Gaza and killing thousands and annexing more and more land is not the answer, nor is it in any way justified. Do we really think that any of these actions will bring about peace? One day a Palestinian state will exist, and with it there will be the hope of peace and prosperity of its people. Every day that the Palestinian state is postponed merely guarantees the continuation of the conflict, with more innocent people losing their lives. We owe it to all those who have lost their lives on both sides thus far, and those whose lives are constantly at risk, to bring this tragedy to an end by recognising the Palestinian state without further delay.
Andrew Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by congratulating the member for Easington for securing this debate. I rise to support the motion to recognise the State of Palestine and also support the amendment in the name of my the Right Honourable Member, the member for Blackburn, which I'm also a signatory to. I'm a member of the Britain-Palestine All-Party Parliamentary Group and have taken active interest in the troubles in this part of the world since my election. Today there were a number of Palestinian children in schools across my constituency, facilitated by the Pendle for Palestine Twinning Group. I was pleased to help play a small role in helping facilitate this when the group encountered some visa issues, so I'm sorry to miss their visit to Pendle, but I'm sure they will understand why I've decided to be in Westminster today. I last visited the West Bank in May 2012 when I met with UNRWA, Breaking the Silence, Defence for Children International, the Israeli Information Centre for Human Rights, the Israeli Committee Against House Demolitions, DFID, the British Consul General Sir Vincent Feen and many other organisations. Having not visited the region before, the delegation gave me a much better insight into the region, the conflict and associated issues. We visited both the Dahisha refugee camp and El Walajah, a village affected by both the separation barrier and demolition issues. It was also a privilege at the time to meet the Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, Salam Fayyad, in Ramallah to discuss the peace process, the future of that process, hunger strikes and a range of other issues. Whilst my visit to the region may have been brief, it left a very lasting impression. Following my visit, I met with Foreign Office ministers to raise my concerns about the Israeli occupation of the West Bank, what was happening in this often misunderstood, misrepresented part of the world. The same year, in 2012, I also publicly confirmed my support for the upgraded diplomatic status at the United Nations for Palestine to that of a non-member observer state, something that I was pleased to see approved by the UN General Assembly. Since then, I've attended lots of events and debates looking at different aspects of this conflict. So why do I support today's motion and the amendment? Quite simply, because I believe we need to break the current impasse and underline our commitment to an equitable two-state solution. The recent conflict in Gaza was horrific and left Palestinians and Israelis who reject violence feeling that they have no hope. British aid money and the generosity of the British public to help rebuild Gaza has been absolutely incredible and will help in the short term, but what about the long term? The ceasefire has suspended the killing, but it hasn't resolved anything. As several honourable and right honourable members have already said during this debate, my right honourable friend, the member for Richmond, speaking as Foreign Secretary in 2011, described the current government's policy as "we reserve the right to recognise a Palestinian state bilaterally at a moment of our choosing and when it can best help bring about peace." I and many others in this House believe that time has come. We need to support the vast majority of Palestinians who believe in a peaceful coexistence with Israel and face down the violent minority by showing them that non-violence and a willingness to negotiate can help get them somewhere. As Sir Vincent Feen, our former Consul General to the region, who I met in Jerusalem and also here in Westminster, put it this week, Israelis and Palestinians deserve to live in safety. Both deserve statehood. The status quo is unjust and thus indefensible. I couldn't put it better to myself, and therefore I'm pleased to support today's motion.
Andy Slaughter.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate all those who have made the case for the recognition of Palestine this evening. Particularly, I mentioned my fellow officers of the all-party Britain-Palestine group and of Labour Friends of Palestine in the Middle East, including the mover of the motion, the member for Easington, and my old friend for Birmingham Northfield, who's campaigned on this issue for not years but decades. But we've heard very good speeches from all sides of the House, and particularly, I think, from the honourable members of Rutland and Melton and Mid-Sussex. This is not just a debate within this House. Tens of thousands of people marched against the invasion of Gaza. We have seen mobilisation through the trade union movement, through the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. We've heard distinguished diplomats. Vincent Feen was mentioned, our most recent consul in Jerusalem, who have written powerfully in this cause recently. And let's not forget the Jewish and Israeli groups, particularly the Israeli civil society groups like Breaking the Silence and Peace Now, the Israeli Committee Against House Demolition, who under a great deal of pressure from their government now continue to campaign. But above all, it's the British people, I think, who have taken up this cause. Over 50,000 emails sent to members of Parliament over the past 2 or 3 weeks, and I think the British people have been on the same sort of journey as the member for Croydon South described, from being, and this certainly is true of the Labour movement, from being very sympathetic to Israel as a country which was trying to achieve democracy and was embattled, to now seeing it as a bully and a regional superpower in that way. That's not something I say with any pleasure. But since the triumph of military Zionism and the Likud-run governments, we have seen a new barbarism in that country. We've seen it in the Lebanon invasion, we've seen it in the attack on the Marvin Marmara and the flotilla, and we've seen it above all in the 3 attacks on Gaza at Protective Edge and Cast Lead. Of course I'll give way.
To my honourable friend, would he also agree that the message that may be sent from the British Parliament tonight will also be noted by the American government and the American people, and that our influence may not be very strong directly on Israel, but our relationship with America enables us to use their influence with Israel also to convey that sense of horror?
I agree with my honourable friend. I think it went exactly the same way that the vote on Syria last year was. As I say, Protective Edge, Cast Lead, Pillar of Defence, these have all been, despite the way that the names sound, these have all been attacked by a major military power on a civilian community. And what I've heard in opposition to this motion are 2 views. The first is people who really have no intention of ever recognising the state of Palestine. And that unfortunately includes the leadership of Israel at the moment. It used to just be people like Ariel Sharon. Now it's Naftali Bennett, the Minister for the Economy. It's Avigdor Lieberman, the Foreign Minister, and the Prime Minister himself, Benjamin Netanyahu. Bennett said, "I will do everything in my power to make sure they never get a state." Those views are articulated publicly in Israel now because they're emboldened by their own actions and by the international community's failure to do anything about that. Who can defend settlement building, the colonisation of another country, 600,000 Israeli settlers planted on Palestinian soil? I'm afraid I disagree fundamentally with the right honourable member for Kensington that Gaza is now no longer an occupation. It is under occupation. The life is squeezed out of it from land and sea and air on a daily basis. Anybody who has visited the West Bank and does not come back thinking that is an apartheid system, I think has their eyes closed. On a daily basis, the indignities suffered by the Palestinian people there would make many people rise in rebellion, and actually what you have is a strong movement for peace there, led by President Abbas. Yes, I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, but he and I went to Gaza together in 2009 in the immediate aftermath of Cast Lead, and does he agree with me that in addition to the staggering level of destruction that was wreaked on Gaza then, which we have now tragically seen repeated, one of the abiding stories is the frustration and rage that people feel that a peace process is no longer a realistic option, and that something needs to be done to break that logjam, which hopefully we are starting to do tonight.
It is indeed, but who can doubt that the Palestinians think like that when they are subject to the arbitrary use of extreme violence against civilians, not just on a yearly basis, but often on a weekly basis? The second voice I've heard against this motion are people who say they agree with it, but place every obstacle in its way. And I'm afraid I also heard that in the right honourable member for Kingston's speech, where the Palestinians are not yet ready to have their own state. Well, I'm afraid if that were true, and I don't believe it's true, that is a direct result of Israeli policy. I stood in Gaza just after Operation Cast Lead in the ruins of the Palestinian Parliament, deliberately bombed. Every organ of civil society, every organ of the economy and of democracy in that country had been systematically destroyed by the Israelis, and they have just done it again. So every concession that is given by the Palestinians is taken, and more are demanded, and the remorseless colonisation continues. How long is this going to continue? I believe that this motion is a positive step. My constituents would like to see a lot more done. They would like to see us stop supplying arms to the Israelis at the time they are using those arms for the occupation occupation and to kill people in Gaza. They would like to see us to stop importing goods from illegal settlements, illegal under international law, and cannot see why if the settlements are illegal, the goods should not be illegal as well. This motion doesn't ask for any of that. It was supposed to be a consensual motion that simply said give the same rights to the Palestinians as we would extend to the Israelis. This is about equity. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do believe this country has a special duty here. It's easy to try and duck that duty. We are the authors of the Balfour Declaration. We were the occupying power. And anybody, and I'm sure the Minister would agree with me on this, who goes to the Middle East still knows that the views that are taken by the British government and by the British people run powerfully. And if we set this example, yes, 135 countries have recognised, and yes, we are behind the curve in this matter. But it's not too late for us to set an example to the rest of Europe and the rest of the world that we do believe in equality and fairness in international statecraft as much as I hope we believe in our own country. And I think that is all that this motion is asking for tonight. It's not asking for special privilege or treatment. It's not a provocative act. It is simply saying lay the basis for peace, lay the basis for equality in the Middle East, resolve this issue, and much else will follow.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The issue of Palestinian statehood is one that goes beyond simply recognising one government alongside another. When considering the recognition of a government, one should ask which government it is and who it is meant to be representing and what is the territory. And let us start by considering the authority that this motion seeks to see recognised. It is always very ambiguous to talk about a Palestinian government because the entity in itself does not seem to be unanimous. Now, this summer we witnessed the terrible war between Israel and one of the manifestations of so-called Palestinian power, Hamas, a terrorist organisation whose explicit aim, as stated in its own manifesto, is to eradicate Israel from the map and to fight Jews, a racist goal if ever there is one. And remember, the only difference between Hamas and ISIS is one of degrees.
I'm sorry to interrupt the members' flow, the honourable members' flow, but can I simply point out and refer them back to the motion? It isn't about recognising the government, it's about recognising the state. You know, there's a substantial difference between the two. We recognise many governments that we wouldn't wish to, what's the word? Exactly, tolerate it, but we're recognising conferring statehood here.
Well, on the grounds of what the Honourable Gentleman said, so would he recognise ISIL? I think not. Now, when we look at the facts, it will be clear to this Parliament that recognising a Palestinian state in the status quo without a peace agreement would mean acknowledging a society that respects only the rule of force. The first condition to the recognition of a Palestinian state needs to be that it is based on fully democratic and peaceful principles. And as far as the Palestinian Authority is ready to cooperate with Hamas and to rule alongside it, then we cannot be honest and democratic in recognising the Palestinian state. Now, I agree that there should be a Palestinian state. In fact, not many realise that there is already a Palestinian state called Jordan. It was created by the British in 1921 and originally called Transjordan. After the 1948-49 war against the newly created state of Israel, the Jordanian monarch Abdullah even called himself the King of Jordan and Palestine, as his country controlled the West Bank. The vast majority of Arabs currently in Jordan are in fact Palestinian Arabs, but ruled by a monarch from the Hashemite minority. Before the 1967 Six-Day War, when Israel defeated the Arab invasion and took control of the West Bank and Gaza, which had been under the arm of Egypt, there had never been demands from Palestinians in the disputed territories for a second Palestinian state, as they were under Jordanian rule. My honourable colleague, in his motion to recognise a second Palestinian state, overlooks the fact that the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Palestinians in Gaza are ruled by entirely different entities, the more moderate Fatah and the terrorist organisation Hamas. And if we are not careful, we could end up with 3 Palestinian states, or to be precise, 1 state and 2 statelets. One controlled by the Hashemite kingdom in Jordan, whose eastern borders are now threatened by ISIS, one controlled by Fatah in the West Bank, and one controlled by Hamas in Gaza.
I just don't understand the point made by Honourable Friend about Jordan,
because hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have fled to Jordan, often in fear of their lives. He's not suggesting just because they live in Jordan, oh, they've got their state and therefore it's okay, is he?
But if you go back to the Balfour Declaration, which has been quoted this evening, it was always envisaged that Israel would have a small part one side of the river and that the Arabs would have the other part. There were Palestinians living there, and many of those same Palestinian second and third generation live there today. Now, what I ask this House, we've heard a lot of criticism of the State of Israel today, but where is the same outrage about the massacre of thousands of Palestinians in the Syrian city of Yarmouk at the hands of Assad's regime? Last year, I voted for intervention because of Assad's chemical weapons, and most of the honourable members voted against. Or what about the ongoing exclusion and discrimination against Palestinians in Lebanon, where women are not allowed to be married to a refugee for fear of integration? Now, the honourable lady opposite from, I think it's from Sunderland, said that actually only a few Israelis were killed, whereas over 1,000 Palestinians were killed. But if the Israelis had not had an Iron Dome system, thousands, hundreds of thousands of Israelis would have been killed by the hundreds of missiles that Hamas fired onto the State of Israel. And should we not condemn Hamas for firing the 11,000 rockets and using Palestinians, their own citizens, as human shields, wasting millions of dollars of humanitarian aid to build tunnels from Gaza into Israel in order to send terrorists and suicide bombers across the border? Now, I support, as I said, a Palestinian state, a free Middle East, a free from terror, free from Hamas, Al-Qaeda and ISIS, an enlightened Middle East that has real liberty, something that I thought the honourable gentleman who's just intervened on me believed in, a rule of law, genuine elections, property rights, religious tolerance, equality towards women and a rejection of terrorism. And so I support an enlightened Palestinian state after negotiation alongside a secure and democratic Israel, free from Hamas, free from Islamic Jihad and living in peaceful coexistence.
Sarah Champion. Speaker. This is an issue that I've been involved in since my teens. That we're discussing it today feels historic, and I am proud to have the opportunity to be here. And I thank the Honourable Member for Easington for securing this debate. Before I begin, I would like to send my thoughts to the families in Palestine and Israel that have been afflicted by the appalling conflict occurring this summer in Gaza. It is, however, our duty to remember the vast number of Palestinian civilians who have died in this struggle. Not just this year, but in many years since this conflict began. These are people's mothers, sons, daughters and brothers, and they continue to be treated with little regard for the value of human life. It's with these Palestinian civilians in mind that I rise today to speak in favour of this motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, now is the time to move forward from the horrors seen in Gaza and try and secure peace. The only way that we can help restore peace, a real, lasting peace, is by negotiating a two-state solution. And in doing so, recognising the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. The arguments for doing so are compelling. The World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, both argue that Palestine is ready for statehood. Palestine has many of the attributes of a functioning state. It has a government, it has people that identify as its population, and it has the capacity to enter into relationships with other states. Some have argued here today that Palestine is currently lacking by not having a defined territory. However, recognition of a Palestinian state does not and should not hang on the final agreement of Palestinian borders. This government has already made the case for the recognition of a Palestinian state in 2012. The Honourable Member from Richmond told the House that, and I quote, "We want to see a Palestinian state and look forward to the day when its people can enjoy the same rights and dignity of those of any other nation." Indeed, he went on to add, "We support the right to a Palestinian state." If the government have already recognised the right to a Palestinian state, then the right for Palestinian people to determine the parameters of that state logically follows. The Palestinian people have been arguing for self-determination for over 50 years. This is a request that we cannot and should not ignore. Over 100 states have already recognised Palestine, joined by Sweden only 2 weeks ago. It is now our turn. It is our moral duty to treat Palestinians as the people that they seek to be treated as. This should not be conditional upon negotiations or the views of Israel, or indeed of any other state. It should be conditional only upon the views of the Palestinian people. There are some parallels here to the recent referendum in Scotland. On polling day, we didn't ask the people of England, Wales and Northern Ireland whether they wished Scotland to stay. We accepted it was the right of the Scottish people to decide. The same principle should be applied to Palestine. This isn't an issue for the Israelis to decide, even if they wanted to. This isn't an issue for negotiations. It's an issue for the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people alone. Israel should have no veto over the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. This is a right that is not contingent upon the views of other states. There is a practical issue here as well. Recognition of the state of Palestine would mirror our historic recognition of Israel. It has been 54 years since we recognised Israel. When we did so, we didn't ask the permission of the Palestinians or indeed of any of the surrounding states. Recognition of Palestine should have happened a long time ago. For over 60 years, Palestinians have not been granted the same recognition as other peoples, either in their rights or in having their voice heard on the international stage. It is time now that we formally recognise this recognition by acknowledging their right to self-determination and by supporting them to exist as a state. Only by doing so can we move forward to secure a lasting peace for the people of Palestine and of Israel.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past, my problem with fully supporting Palestinian statehood has been the fact that Hamas, designated a terrorist organisation by the UK as well as the United States, the European Union and other countries such as Australia, is so closely linked with the government there. I remain concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the indiscriminate rocket attacks into Israel from Gaza, as well as the support given to other terrorist activities. Article 57 of the Geneva Convention, which I studied when I was the commander in Bosnia, is the key. It states that constant care must be taken to spare civilians from being hurt. It stresses that those who plan or decide upon any attack must do everything feasible to verify that the objectives attacked are not close to civilians. It's absolutely clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the military wing of Hamas, by its rocket attacks into Israeli territory and its association with West Bank terrorism, such as the abduction and murder of 3 Israeli teenagers in August this year, pays scant attention to that fundamental humanitarian law. I have also criticised Israeli military actions in South Lebanon, the West Bank and Gaza for quite a few years, even before I was a member of the House. In my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Israeli Defence Force, whatever the reason or the military requirement, has also breached Article 57 on occasion too. After all, it is indisputable that a large number of civilians have been killed as a result of IDF operations in Gaza this summer. With pleasure.
I thank my friend for giving way, but I hope he would share my view that one can condemn Hamas and the atrocities that they commit while still recognising that Palestine should have the right to be an independent state. And one does not carry that you endorse the other one.
I entirely endorse what my honourable friend has said. Now, I have had to deal with terrorist organisations of one form or other, whether they be Provisional IRA, Irish National Liberation Army, Protestant extremist groups, or even terrorist gangs in the Balkans. Too many soldiers, Madam Deputy Speaker, under my command have been killed by fanatics. And for that matter, because of that, I'm very serious about this problem. I loathe the way terrorists act and their politics of guns, explosives and rockets. Now, if Hamas was to renounce violence and stop attacking innocent people in Israel, which in fairness, for a while it did a few years ago, I would be much less vexed. Like so many of us in this chamber, I have very mixed feelings about this motion. We all want to see a state called Palestine, but can I support
a government linked to terrorism? In theory, I shouldn't, but in practice, can I? After all, I can think of several well-established states which support terrorism, away from their own territory, of course, which our government already fully recognises and indeed supports, despite this knowledge. So I wonder, why should we not support the Palestinians too? This is despite my aversion to the terrorism practiced by elements of Hamas. I have decided that it is time this Parliament should fully endorse the move to Palestinian statehood. I will be voting for the motion in the hope that it brings a peaceful settlement in the wonderful Levant closer. Thank you.
Stuart Hosey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. Many of us will remember the great hope and expectation when the Oslo Accords were finally signed in 1993 in Washington. I wonder, though, if anyone or if many can remember what the Oslo Accords were actually supposed to deliver. The withdrawal of Israeli forces from parts of Gaza and the West Bank, the affirmation of a Palestinian right to self-government within those areas through, firstly, the Palestinian Authority, an interim period during which the permanent status negotiations would commence no later than 1996, and thereafter Israel would hand over power in stages. Major issues such as Jerusalem, Palestinian refugees, Israeli settlements, security and borders were to be decided at these permanent status negotiations. But in addition to that, we must remember that the two groups also signed letters of mutual recognition. The Israeli government recognised the PLO as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and the PLO recognised the right of the State of Israel to exist and renounced terrorism as well as other violence and the desire for the destruction of the Israeli state. There were many other agreements associated with that. The Joint Palestinian-Israel Coordination and Cooperation Committee for Security, another similar continuing committee for economic progress. They even signed an environmental protection plan. And then there was a further follow-up in 1995, Oslo II, to highlight the progress made after the Oslo Accord was signed. And in the last 20 years, a separation wall or barrier, which encroaches deep into the West Bank, where 85% of the wall is located, which de facto annexes 46% of the West Bank, effectively creating ghettos or military zones, the air, sea and land blockade of Gaza, the blockade criticised by the UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon, which has left 1.5 million Gazans effectively imprisoned. We've seen Operation Cast Lead and more recently Protective Edge from the Israelis, no doubt with the justification of the rocket attacks from Hamas, which shouldn't have been there, and the deaths of 4,000 people in these two actions alone, mainly Palestinians, and the spectacular loss and damage to property, to industry and to agriculture. And of course Israel continues to build settlements on the West Bank. This is the history that our constituents will be familiar with, but perhaps we should very, very briefly just take a little further look back in time. In 1947, the UN Special Commission on Palestine said there should be partition into a Jewish and Arab state. In 1947, the UN agreed Resolution 181, and that came into being in May 1948. On the 11th of May 1949, Israel was recognised by the UN and effectively recognised by the UK 2 days quicker, formal recognition coming the following year. If we are serious about a two-state solution, then I think 65 years is too late to wait for the recognition of Palestine. Even if it's only to provide the parity of dignity, that basic dignity of having one's own nation-state recognised, then we should do it. The time for excuses are over. We should recognise Palestine today.
Andrew Griffith.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this very, very important debate. I've learnt a great deal by sitting and listening to the debate, and I know time is short and I don't want to take too much time or repeat what others have said, but I think it is remarkable that there has been a shift in this House during this debate. I have seen a shift in the tone of the debate and the concerns of this House, and it is a shift that should worry the government of Israel, because it is clearly losing the moral high ground when it comes to the people in Gaza and the Palestinian issue. I have become increasingly concerned about the way Israel have been operating since I saw those pictures on my television screen of the recent crisis. It is impossible, I think, not to feel the suffering, the hopelessness that is amongst the people of Gaza. And so I think it is only right that we have this debate and we discuss it. I would not be a friend of Israel did I not speak out when I see them doing the wrong thing, when I see them heading in the wrong direction, when I see them causing the unnecessary death of too many Palestinians. And so it's for that reason that I take part in the debate today. Now, I recognise that Israel has a right to defend itself. I recognise that it is completely unacceptable for there to be Hamas missiles raining down in their thousands over Israel. And it is absolutely right that the British government supports their right, Israel's right, to defend itself. But it cannot be right that in response to the Hamas rockets, Israel can unitarily cause death and destruction in in Palestine, that is not proportionate to the threat. And I think that is the important word here. The response has to be proportionate. According to the UN, during this summer's conflict, a total of 2,131 Palestinians were killed. Of those, at least 1,473 were civilians, young, innocent civilians in many cases. On the Israel side, 66 Israeli Defence Force soldiers were killed and 5 Israeli civilians. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that response is proportionate, and I think Israel has lost the moral high ground in the way it acted. We should demand the same standards of Israel as we do over any democratic state. Just this weekend we saw the Australian Super Hornet pilots pull away. They pulled out when they were seeking and hunting down ISIL fighters because they were concerned about the innocent loss of life of civilians. And it is only right that a sophisticated, military, well-funded army like Israel will, of course, do it.
I'm very grateful for my friend giving way. We really also like to say that in modern society, an open society like ours, with modern technology, it is the visibility of the actions that people in democracies see that then require the people of their politicians like ourselves to change our view too. This is very much now that people in societies around the world see such disproportionality and they want their leaders to take action to make change.
I think that's exactly right, and I think that's why we have this debate today, because it is impossible not to see the suffering and want to speak out and want to act. Some of the acts that were committed by Israel were just clearly unacceptable. Why was it necessary to blow up Gaza's only power station, leaving already stretched hospitals to rely on generators? Why was it necessary to bomb hospitals and schools, when, as we've seen, the threat of loss of life to Israeli civilians was small in comparison? I think by adding to the suffering of the Gazan people, the Israeli government have lost the support of this House, and it should cause them great concern. It is important that moderates in this debate, like me, should speak out if we are turning against support for Israel. It is right that we should express our concerns. I recognise the concerns that have been raised by some in this House about Palestine's ability to govern as a state, its ability to have the mechanisms and the government in place to accept statehood. But I also think that is a challenge to us to help them achieve it. We have to redouble our efforts to help the Palestinian people, the moderate, peaceful Palestinian people, in their desire and their efforts to become a state. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to take part in this debate.
Lynn Brown.
Over the past weeks, Madam Deputy Speaker, my inbox has been flooded with hundreds of letters from my constituents. The strength of feeling amongst my constituents is undeniable, their arguments are heartfelt, their conviction is deep-seated, and for good reason, I share those arguments and I share that conviction. Of the thousands of letters and emails I received, there is one from Mia Thomas. With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to read extracts from today. I am a 21-year-old medical student, and I have just returned from 5 weeks in Ramallah in the West Bank. I'm feeling increasingly helpless and frustrated as every day the death count of innocent Palestinians grows higher and there seems so little we can do about it. Our government will not act decisively. By contrast with Gaza, Ramallah is very safe. It's in Area A, so in theory it's completely Palestinian run and governed. In reality, even at the heart of Palestine, it is still an occupied territory and violence erupts at checkpoints with scary regularity. From where I was staying, you could see Jerusalem. Ramallah is only 19 kilometres away as the crow flies, but the journey there takes an hour because Palestinian buses are only allowed to use certain roads. And then you have to pass through a checkpoint where everyone's IDs, passports are checked at gunpoint before changing onto an Israeli bus to carry on the journey. This sort of thing isn't particularly harmful to one's health and is viewed as just a hassle, but it also creates a feeling of being completely caged and unable to move. As a foreigner, I was visiting cities within the West Bank which local friends hadn't been to, not because of lack of funds or curiosity, but because people are afraid of getting stuck outside their city, as checkpoints can be closed at any time. The occupation has limited people's movements physically, but it also massively limits people mentally in what they perceive they can do. In a village further north near Nablus, I met the mayor of a village who was a wonderful man. He was in a wheelchair because as a young goat herder, he was shot in the spine by Israeli soldiers from a military camp which looms over the village. He now runs the village and has an absolute rule of no protesting or fighting with the Israeli settlement, which is nearby because, as he said, he doesn't want anyone else, Palestinian or Israeli, to lose the ability to walk. He says just existing as a village is resistance. In the last year, the Israelis have demolished 3 houses in the village, and as they try and rebuild them, you can see how hard life is when just living and farming your land is an act of defiance. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a very powerful speech, and indeed hundreds of my constituents have also written in on this matter, and it was discussed by the Hounslow Ramallah Twinning Association last Friday night. Does she also agree with me, however, that there is a downside to us not supporting Palestinian statehood today, which is that, in fact, that it could give succour to those who actually do not want to see a political settlement?
I agree entirely with my honourable friend. If I might say, Mia concludes her letter with the following. I'm so angry about what is going on in Gaza. Most people are, I think, which is why I'm confused as to why it's being allowed to continue. If this cycle of hate and violence is ever going to end, it has to start now with an end to the killing of Palestinians and Israelis. Ms Thomas is clearly a very brave woman. She came back impassioned, she came back disillusioned, and she came back angry. That anger and disillusion wasn't just about the conflict that she'd witnessed, it was the frustration that those of us in this House were not giving her a voice. And today, I want to give her a voice. In the same way, I believe we must give Palestinians a voice too.
Will my honourable friend give way? Does my honourable friend agree that the UK's recognition of Palestine as a state will give a tremendous boost to the moderates in the state of Palestine and will also strengthen their voice very significantly amongst the international community?
I totally and utterly agree with my friend. It is time to recognise a Palestinian state, a right they have long deserved. And it is time we use that recognition as a path to a wider process of negotiation. Two equal states living side by side in peace and security and sharing prosperity. We cannot stand here today, say we believe in this goal, this two-state solution, and then stand by and refuse to recognise one of those states. I encourage the House to take the opportunity and support the motion before us today.
Robert Jenrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to declare an interest in that I'm married to an Israeli, or an Israeli-born, and only those married to a strong Israeli woman will know who's boss in our household. We've heard a wide range of very moving and passionate contributions this evening, and in the interest of time, I won't rehearse all that's been said already. But I think there is much common ground. We believe that the Palestinian people have the inalienable right to self-determination, and the Israeli people the unquestionable right to live in peace and security, with all Arab and Muslim countries recognising and respecting the State of Israel. We regard both peoples in equal dignity and equal rights, and we wish the United Kingdom to remain at the forefront of international efforts to bring about an end to this conflict.
The honourable gentleman give way.
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on that point, in Area C, they certainly don't have equal rights within the occupied territories. If you are a Palestinian, you are under military law. If you are Israeli, you are under Israeli civil law. And there haven't been many prosecutions of Israelis in Area C.
I take the powerful point that my honourable friend makes. But the question before the House tonight is not whether we wish to see a Palestinian state as part of a two-state solution, or whether we wish to consider ourselves or be perceived by others beyond this House as strong supporters of a Palestinian state, but whether in passing this motion today we increase the prospect of a lasting settlement and reduce the obstacles to it, and increase this country's ability, modest as it may be, to influence that process positively and not to diminish it. And having listened to the debate this evening and the debate that surrounded it, I haven't heard that case put convincingly. Indeed, only a handful of members have answered that question directly, notably my right honourable friend, the member for Blackburn. Other members have spoken of as gesture, a symbol, a small nudge.
Right.
I do not question the member for Easington's intentions, but I do fear he's deceiving himself if he truly believes that passing this motion will breathe new life into the peace process. Of course.
I'm very grateful to him. He says that he's looking for evidence that this recognition of Palestine as a state in its own right will produce the evidence. Well, the UK Anglican and Catholic churches do believe that, and not just that. A former British Consul General to Jerusalem also has said we need to support the moderate Israelis and Palestinians, and that this is the nudge that will help in that direction.
I hear the honourable lady's comments, and I hope that she is correct. But of course, we will only be the 130-something country to have signed up to this, and none of the previous nations have achieved that. It will certainly antagonise and weaken, to some extent, our relationship with Israel and Israelis, a relationship which, for all Israel's manifest faults and frailties, I do value, and I think this House should value, in a dangerous world. In a peace process, you do not show solidarity to one by antagonising and alienating the other, diminishing our relatively limited influence on events. I don't say that the case has been convincingly disproved either. In the short term, passing this motion will not make peaceful settlement more likely. It may not make any impact at all. The long-term consequences of our recognising Palestine at this time are unclear, and anyone's guess, even amongst the knowledgeable and informed comments we've heard this evening, and unintended consequences abound in this region. I will.
35 nations have already recognised Palestine. They've obviously thought about it before they've done it, and they're quite happy with it, and they believe that it gives a recognised right to a people who've been denied one. Shouldn't we just join them and do the same?
The argument that I'm forwarding is that I want to see a well-thought-out strategy to end this conflict. I don't believe this is the time for gestures. Forgive the naivety, if you wish, of the second newest member of this House. I welcome the newest member to her place. But I believe this is a serious country and we should pursue a serious foreign policy which is not based on gestures, however well-intentioned, but our best efforts to address the unending quest for security and peace in the Middle East. That applies in Iraq, where our decision not to address ISIS in Syria is not as serious a position as we could or perhaps should be taking, and I believe it applies in respect to this motion also. I appreciate the urge, the powerful urge to leave this chamber contented and able to face our electorates having done something, and I am not alone in having received hundreds of emails and letters urging me to support this motion. I appreciate the urge to respond to the horrors of the summer in Gaza and the continued, impossibly frustrating impasse. But if you believe in peace, you have to do what most advances it. And I don't believe that passing this motion is that. The British government should use what influence it has to once again urge Prime Minister Netanyahu to sit down and negotiate with no preconceptions a realistic peace based on a two-state solution, and for President Abbas to accept the offer. My priority is to get the Palestinians a viable state, rather than a modest gesture here or a momentary victory in the United Nations that will raise expectations but do little in the long term to further the interest for peace.
Jonathan Ashworth.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I meant no discourtesy to the Minister earlier. I was just aware that colleagues were anxious to make their contribution, which is why my contribution will be brief. But I speak to support the motion in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Easington, and indeed to support the amendment put down in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Blackburn. For me, I think this House has a duty to support Palestinian statehood. The Palestinian claim to statehood is not in the gift of a neighbour, it is an inalienable right of the Palestinians, and we tonight should speak up on their behalf. As the right honourable member for Rutland said in a superb, eloquent speech, it is the other half of the Balfour commitment which places upon us a further obligation and duty to support the Palestinians tonight. I think everyone who has spoke in favour of the two-state solution. Everyone on both sides of this House is passionate about a two-state solution. But my fear is that confidence is draining away from whether a two-state solution is possible. And is it ever any wonder that confidence is draining away when the Israelis push ahead with illegal settlements in the West Bank? Is it any wonder that confidence is draining away from a two-state solution when Bedouin Arabs in the E1 area live in fear of being moved on, when they are not allowed to build schools for their children and are forced to build schools out of recycled tyres? Is it any wonder that confidence in a two-state solution is draining away when those same Arabs put up swings for their children, and because they are denied the relevant permit from the authorities, the Israeli authorities come and take down the swings for which their children play on? And is it any wonder that confidence in a two-state solution is draining away when we see a conflict in Gaza which leads to 110,000 displaced Palestinians and 22 schools destroyed? There are times when this House has to send a message. There are times when this House has to speak. I believe the will of the British people is now to support Palestinian statehood. And many have questioned, what is the practical purpose of supporting this resolution, this motion tonight? Well, I ask, what is the practical purpose in opposing this motion tonight? Because I believe if we oppose this motion tonight, this House will be sending a message that we endorse the status quo, and I do not believe that is the will of the British people.
Sir Edward Lee.
We're going to be told when we vote tonight that we are being naive and we are indulging in gestures, but sometimes I think that you have to be naive in expressing your hopes for a better world, and you have to be prepared to make gestures even if our power is very limited. I suppose that if you are an Israeli living near Gaza, you will think we are naive when missiles are raining down on you on Hamas, and I have nothing but contempt for Hamas, which I view as a kind of Nazi organisation, and I have nothing but respect and support for the state of the Israel, and I think all of us are very philo-Semitic. We understand the horrors that the Jewish people have undergone and their desire for security and peace. But my viewpoint, my strong support of Israel started to be changed when I talked to Abba Eban, the Foreign Secretary, and I was thinking of him only yesterday when I saw that he was actually an old boy of the school where my son is at the moment, and a very fine gentleman, and he said in very powerful terms to me in his office in Jerusalem that, look, there's absolutely no way in which we can possibly run or control the West Bank. There are far too many Palestinians. We have to come to a settlement with the Palestinians and recognise their right to self-determination. And that was a former Israeli foreign minister. And my other sort of Damascus moment, in a way, was standing at the Bethlehem checkpoint. And I think just seeing the appalling humiliation heaped on Palestinian people, and talking to a nurse at a hospital I was visiting, a part of a charity I was running, and she lived in Bethlehem, just a few miles from Jerusalem, really a short walk, but never able to go without enormous difficulties to that city. And she was living in Bethlehem, which of all places should be a beacon of hope. So although we will accuse, I know we will be accused of making a gesture today, and I can stand where the government is, but I think the government should listen to the voice of this House, that virtually everybody who's spoken, not just leftists waving placards in Trafalgar Square, but virtually every Conservative MP has actually said the time is now to recognise the justice of the Palestinians' case. And I just want to not speak in terms of being anti-Israeli, a state which I'm proud to be a friend of. I think they have to open their hearts too. They have to start relaxing controls in and out of Gaza. I know all the problems with the terrorist suicide bombers. They have to start relaxing controls at that Bethlehem checkpoint I was at. They have to stop the settlements. There has to be some sort of way forward. We have to recognise, however naive this may be, that we are part of a common and a same humanity, whether we are Christian or Jew or Arab or whatever. And I do think that when we vote tonight, and I will be voting for this motion, we will be making a gesture which is in favour of that common humanity, and I think we should be proud of what we're doing.
Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Gainsborough, who has, again, as others have done, have touched on the human realities of people whose lives are afflicted in this conflict. The question for this House is, where do we stand on that basic core question which constantly runs through this problem? Every time there is violence, every time there is efforts at a peace process, every time those efforts fail and fall into a lull, and then there is more violence, whether it's violence from Hamas and then the excessive efforts of the Israeli Defence Forces, as we've seen this summer, people are asking, what is the Western world doing about this? Where is the international community standing when we see human rights sacrificed again and again, when we see international law violated again and again? Where is the will of the international community? And of course we hear it here, we hear it at the dispatch box here and at other times, that the Israeli government are being told about nothing disproportionate, no to occupations, and yet it continues. And people are increasingly fed up, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this screensaver politics, where shapes are thrown, images are projected, impressions are generated, but nothing actually real is going on in relation to the substantive issue. And people in our constituencies find it frustrating, but the people for whom it must be most frustrating are those moderate people in the Middle East, in Israel, who know that their security will never come from drenching bombs upon people in Gaza, and moderate people in Palestine who know that their peace, that their rights, their liberation aren't going to come through lobbing rockets into Israel. They want a peace process. And they know that the heart of the peace process has to be a two-state solution. And the two-state solution has a better chance of happening if there is at least a semblance of a two-state process. When there isn't a two-state process, we are wasting our time talking about the two-state solution. And when a minister today tells us that, once again, that, oh, the British government will recognise the state of Palestine at a time when it's most beneficial to the peace process. And then he goes on to say, a negotiated end of occupation is the most effective way of having the Palestinian aspiration for statehood realised on the ground. Is the minister telling us that the British government will only move in relation to recognising the state of Palestine whenever there is a negotiated end of occupation, in which case that is no argument against this motion at all, and I don't think anybody could accept that as a reason to vote against the motion or the amendment? Yes.
For giving way, but I don't know if he shares my suspicions. I don't believe we are going to have a vote tonight. It looks suspiciously like there's consensus, and if we don't have a vote, there will be no grand voice that he's hoping to have.
We will have a vote.
That may well be, and again, that will maybe add to the frustration that people might have. But we can see if that comes about, to flush out a proper declaration, because there should be no obfuscation on this. There is a clear choice. One of the beauties about the motion that the honourable member for Easington has tabled is it is clear. It has been added to for purposes of absolute clarity by the amendment from the honourable member for Blackburn, and the issues have been well distilled in what has been a very good debate. There have been a couple of attempts to cloud some of the issues. One of them came from the honourable member for North Antrim, who tried to somehow say that the experience of the Northern Ireland peace process would say you shouldn't recognise the state of Palestine now. You leave it to everybody to sort everything out, and then you do the recognition at the end. The truth is, the honourable member for North Antrim and his party opposed the peace process throughout. They opposed it shrilly. They said that the sky would fall in. They opposed American involvement. They opposed what the British and Irish governments were doing in creating the framework for a solution. They opposed the terms in which we were going to build a solution of three sets of relationships: institutions in Northern Ireland, institutions within Ireland, and institutions between Ireland and Britain. The point is, sometimes in a process, it is people outside of the situation of conflict have to help to create some of the givens for a process. In the give and take that we expect a negotiated process to do, particularly in an issue of historic conflict, it isn't within the party's gift to do all the giving. That's where responsible international input creates some givens as well, and creates some new realities.
Does he agree with me, and I want to pay tribute to his role in the Northern Ireland process, but does he agree with me that the involvement not just of the United States but also of the European Union in the events in 97, 98, 99 was crucial in facilitating that agreement?
Absolutely, and they predated that as well, because people who fear, oh, this is just a gesture, and oh, somehow the gesture could lead to a dangerous outcome. The fact is, there were layers of understanding, layers of initiative and input from the international community over a period of years that helped to condition the context of the peace process, that helped to give people a sense of reality in terms of what the realities of our problem were and what the absolute requirements of a solution were going to be, the unavoidable requirements of a solution, in ways that actually made people comfortable with those, because people didn't have to have the burden of making the concession or the compromise themselves. They could take it as something that had already been given by the fact of the process. And that's why the important step of the international community doing more by way of recognising the state of Palestine to create a sense of a more equal process. Will it create a solution? No. Will detailed negotiations have to happen? Absolutely. And people are going to have a huge task in trying to work out a solution and then in trying to work with the solution and work with each other within that solution. But one thing that the international community can do is say, we are not going to endorse anybody's excesses by retailing their excuses. We're not going to endorse the violence of Israel by subscribing to a veto for Israel on the very process and on the very basic question that is before this House tonight.
Martin Horwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow such an eloquent contribution by the honourable member for Foyle, and I hope to find just a fraction of the eloquence and sensitivity of my distinguished predecessor Daniel Lipson, who was MP for Cheltenham during the horrors of the Second World War. He was also Mayor of Cheltenham and President of the Cheltenham Synagogue. And he said as long ago as 1946, the solution I want to see is a just solution, a solution which will be just to both Jews and Arabs. I do not want a one-sided solution, but it's in recognition of the one-sided nature of the various status quos that have prevailed ever since that our party last week finally did vote to support recognition of Palestinian statehood alongside Israel. And I sense very much that this House is going to take the historic decision to do exactly the same tonight. And of course, recent events in Gaza and the continued determined pursuit of illegal settlement building by the Netanyahu government must influence us. But there is a deeper reason to support this motion today, especially as crises escalate across the region. I will give way.
To his reference to illegal settlement building, does he agree that the proliferation of illegal settlements is one of the biggest threats there is to the viability and the possibility of a two-state solution?
And I do agree with the honourable gentleman, and he makes a very valid point, and I'll come back to the message we need to send to the government responsible for that. But the deeper point I was referring to is that if we are to tell Arabs across the region to reject extremism, to reject rockets and bombs and massacres that are deliberately aimed at killing defenceless civilians, then we must also do more to support those moderate, democratic, pluralist Arab leaders like Mahmoud Abbas, who has painstakingly pursued the diplomatic path towards peace and self-determination. And in answer to the honourable member for Newark, if the only practical outcome of passing this motion is to even imperceptibly strengthen his hand against extremism and intransigence, then we should do it. And if we can tell the Iraqi government of Nouri al-Maliki that it is not enough to be elected, even to be elected and face an existential threat, but that governments must also be inclusive and demonstrate a commitment to peace, then we have to deliver the same message loud and clear to the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. And for those who might suggest that it is somehow wrong to recognise a new state whose borders have not yet been finally determined, I would say to them that this House did exactly that in 1950. And in case members have any doubt, I refer them to column 1138 of Hansard of the 27th of April 1950, when Kenneth Younger, the Minister of State in the Attlee government, announced that His Majesty's government have also decided to accord de jure recognition to the State of Israel, subject to explanations on 2 points, quite specifically. First, that His Majesty's government are unable to recognise the sovereignty of Israel over that part of Jerusalem which she occupies, though pending a final determination of the status of the area, they recognise that Israel exercises de facto authority in it. Secondly, that His Majesty's government cannot regard the present boundaries between Israel and Egypt, Jordan, Syria and the Lebanon as constituting the definitive frontiers of Israel, as these boundaries were laid down in the armistice agreements concluded severally between Israel and each of these states, and are subject to any modifications which may be agreed upon under the terms of those agreements, or of any final settlements which may replace them. Well, we have been waiting for those final settlements. The Middle East has been waiting for those final settlements for 60 years and more. We have seen occupations by Jordan and then by Israel. We have seen wars and uprisings. But the Palestinian territories are closer in practice to statehood now than they have been at any other time during that entire period. And if we are to reward the diplomatic path to peace, then the time has come to recognise the state of Palestine as we did the state of Israel all those years ago. And we should join with the 350 Israelis who today wrote an open letter to my noble friend Lord Alderdice, former members of the Knesset, former ministers, former government officials, former winners of the Israel Prize and the Nobel Prize, a former Attorney General, artists, playwrights and soldiers, who said, "We Israelis who worry and care for the well-being of the State of Israel believe that the long-term existence and security of Israel depends on the long-term existence and security of a Palestinian state." We should support them, and we should support this motion tonight.
Sandra Osborne.
Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate tonight, having visited both Israel, the West Bank and Gaza on numerous occasions, and it's great to see such a consensus developing as the debate goes on. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all like to believe that we're in touch with the expectations and aspirations of the people we represent. So Mr Norman Kirk of the New Zealand Labour Party got it absolutely right when he said that people don't ask for much. Someone to love, somewhere to live, somewhere to work and something to hope for. New Zealanders are not unique in wanting these things. People the world over are looking for these things, including the peoples of Palestine and Israel. They have people to love in abundance. Their problem is that for the Palestinians, too often they lose those they love, including their children. And how many Israeli families have lost members who have died with the Israeli armed forces? The people of Gaza are left homeless when their houses are destroyed or severely damaged by Israeli bombings, or in Area C of the West Bank where there are home demolitions, land seizures and buildings of settlements on Palestinian land. And a house is not a home if it has to be vacated at regular intervals in response to alarms signalling rocket attacks and the need to take shelter. Unemployment is astronomical in Palestine, especially among young Palestinian people. And what do they have to hope for? Peace and a Palestinian state living side by side with Israel, which has already been recognised as a state with no recognised borders. The truth is they now have little hope, trust or faith in a two-state solution in the face of ever-increasing settlements and failure of the latest rounds of talks in spite of the efforts of Secretary of State Kerry, and the failure of the US and the EU to put proportionate pressure on Israel to demonstrate real commitment to the peace process.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was in Bosnia, a person said to me that unless politics sorted out the Balkans, history would take care of it. And in this case, unless the government of Israel gets real on understanding they've got to live with Palestinians, and somehow a solution has to be made, unless that happens, history will take care of it, because one day the Arabs will be so powerful they'll invade, and that will be the end of Israel. Pray God that doesn't happen, so let's find a solution.
I agree with the honourable gentleman. My point is, though, that hope is running out for the people, the Palestinian people in particular. So what is the impediment to the UK recognising Palestine as a state? And what do 135 other countries know that we do not know? Is it that we have some special role in negotiations that would preclude recognition from the UK? Or is it that we must slavishly follow the US policy? Neither of these arguments are credible or moral. Surely we have even more responsibility towards the Palestinians because of our history. The Palestinians who remain committed to pursuing a peaceful path to a solution have asked that we recognise their right to exist by formally recognising Palestine as a state. It is for them to judge, not us, when this should be done. I say, no ifs, no buts. We should agree to statehood for the Palestinians, and I will be supporting the motion tonight.
Blunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the chief cheerleader of the Get Real United Kingdom about our place in the world, I would have to say on this occasion to my right honourable friend for Hitchin-Harpenden and perhaps to my honourable friend for Newark and others who've questioned the importance of this debate, that having had media bids from France, Turkey, Al Jazeera, Channel 4 and the BBC World Service in connection with this evening, unknown for me, I would have to say to the House, people are listening to this debate, and in the Palestinian-occupied territories they will be listening very attentively because of our history. I am immensely proud to have my name after that of the Honourable Member for Easington on tonight's motion, and I would also say that I support the amendment so well put by my right honourable friend for Rutland and others, which makes the purpose of this motion much clearer. I've been involved in this issue now for an awfully long time. It was 20 years ago that I accompanied the right honourable and learned member for Kensington when he was the first British Defence Secretary to make a visit to Israel, where he went to deliver the Balfour Lecture. And we have been reminded on more than one occasion this evening of the second part of the Balfour Declaration that has not been delivered. It was a rare period of hope in the Israel-Palestine issue at the time. Yitzhak Rabin was the Prime Minister. The Oslo Accords had been signed. Yet already the rejectionists were at work. There was a bus bomb in Israel when we were there. And of course, tragically, a few months later, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a Jewish rejectionist of the Oslo Accords. Even by 1996, I can recall my right honourable friend as Foreign Secretary summoning in the Israeli ambassador to give him a lecture about settlements that were then beginning to be constructed. And this is in the period before the deadline on the Oslo Accords, which was supposed to deliver the final settlement arrangements by 1998. We have to recall, I give way to Honourable Gentleman.
In the discussions we're having and the discussions he's had, does he not think it's also important to bear some resemblance, reference to the problems that the Palestinian refugees face in the refugee camps and the diaspora, that they should not be left out of this equation, and that our recognition will help to bring their cause to the front?
The right of return is going to have to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, at some point during the course of the negotiations. And in the course of this debate, I was delighted to hear the contribution of my right honourable friend, the member for Croydon South, to see the scales beginning to drop from his eyes with the latest land grab by the State of Israel. I was slightly surprised by his characterisation of the Six-Day War as an effort to destroy Israel. It was a brilliant Israeli feat of arms in order to dissipate what appeared to be a coming threat to Israel. But it certainly was not a response to an attack on Israel.
Honourable friend, allow me. He did predict that he would provoke me to intervene, and he has succeeded in that aim. I think the laying of mines across the Straits of Tiran could just conceivably be described as an act of war.
Well, I will let the lawyers and my honourable friend come to their own conclusion about that. But my last visit to Israel was with a collection of colleagues from this House, again play cricket for the parliamentary cricket team in Israel. And I note that the chairman of the Israeli Cricket Board, who entertained us so magnificently there, who's a Jew from South Africa, now an Israeli citizen, said that in his view, Israel had begun to lose its moral and legal authority from 1967. And since 1967, what we have to understand and look at is what has been Israel's approach to the negotiations and the realities that have been created on the ground. And I'm afraid that in recent years it has become clearer and clearer that Israeli politicians have avoided the opportunity to deliver a settlement. And as the realities on the ground, as the realities on the ground have changed, so it has become more difficult for Israeli leaders to deliver a settlement. 400,000 settlers in the occupied territories is the most enormous political problem now for any Israeli leader to have to address. I can't remember, I'm out of time. But for Israel, they now have the existence of the Arab peace plan. They have the offer of full recognition and peace from their Arab neighbours. And in the words of Saeb Erekat, in describing what the Palestinian negotiating position is, it's nothing. The Palestinians have nothing to give in the terms of the negotiations. And that's why we then have to expect the one thing that we can give them by this vote this evening is some moral and legal authority for their position. And even if it is only a small amount of moral and legal authority, it can then begin to help the moderates in the Palestinians then face down those who think a course of violence against Israel is an intelligent course of action. Of course, violence has been an utter and complete disaster for the Palestinians in their cause. Israel responds, as we've seen in Gaza, with disproportionate force, and I use that term in my sense advisedly, and the creation of the explanation for Israeli action simply does not stand the test. The Israeli government, faced with the political problem that it has in bringing a settlement, has all too often not sought to find the ground on which to deliver that settlement. By this vote tonight, we can give the Palestinians, who have had an appalling deal from history, a little bit of moral authority and legal authority.
By congratulating my friend, the member for Easington, for bringing forward this very important motion. And I observed that the member for Hendon earlier this evening said the motion didn't matter, we were just backbenchers, it wasn't coming from government. And I would say to him, I'm surprised that he takes being a member of Parliament so lightly. And I would also say to him that no government can long withstand the settled will of both sides of this House of Commons. When we have these types of debates, there is sometimes a tendency to imply that if you are against any policy of a particular Israeli government at a point in time, that makes you anti-Israel, makes you anti-Jewish, even makes you an anti-Semite. And let me say this, I represent Hackney, one of the historic centres of the Jewish community in this country. We had the oldest synagogue in the country in Brent House Road. The roll call of illustrious persons of Jewish origin who came out of Hackney: Moses Montefiore, Nathan Mayer Rothschild, Jack Cohen, Alan Sugar, Harold Pinter. That roll call, I think, is one of the finest in the country. And I deprecate the suggestion that just because you disagree with the Israeli government at any point, that makes you anti-Israeli. Of course I support the Israeli people. Of course I support the right of Israel to exist. And I believe that is mainstream public opinion. But it is also mainstream public opinion that something must be done to move the peace process forward. Because the peace process is effectively stalled. And it is also mainstream public opinion that the public was horrified by what they saw, the sights and the killing they saw in Gaza over the summer. And I believe the British public will be very disappointed if we don't have a decisive vote on these matters today. My honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and can I say it's very easy to call people anti-Semites for anybody who opposes the views of the Israeli government. But does she believe that building a wall and a separation barrier on Palestinian land and settlements now numbering 400,000 settlers in Israel is really a way forward in terms of giving the international community confidence that Israel is willing to go through any sort of peace process? And is this vote today going to send a message to the Israeli government that this Parliament and this country feels very strongly about its attitude towards Palestine?
I entirely agree with what my honourable friend has to say about both the walls and the continuing proliferation of settlements. We've heard from members who are opposed to this motion almost a mantra that make Palestine a state, but not just yet. And what I would say to the House is this, that opponents of this motion are absurd to argue that the motion undermines negotiation. There is so much to negotiate, so much to do, so much for both sides to talk about. It is almost disingenuous to say that recognising Palestinian statehood cuts across any negotiation. And the idea that recognition of Palestinian statehood should be conditional or a bargaining chip, that must be a wrong idea. I believe that the time for justice for the Palestinians has come. The time to recognise Palestinian statehood is tonight in this House of Commons, and I believe that our own constituents, and above all, Palestinians overseas, are looking to this House tonight to do the right thing.
Lisa Nandy.
In bringing this motion today, my friend, the Honourable Member for Easington, has given voice to the hopes and aspirations of the Palestinian people who have been denied justice for far too long. Like me, he will have watched with horror and anger as an ailing peace process has descended into a cycle of violence, much of it directed at children. And like me, he will stand with all of those Palestinians and Israelis who reject this, who understand that every single action taken in anger makes Israel less secure and the prospect of peace for both sides diminish. The only path to real security lies in political, not military action, but the political process is failing. And for those members of the House who sought to argue that today's motion would make this situation worse, what are those Palestinians who have remained committed to the peace process meant to say after a summer that left 800 dead, over 5,000 injured, and resulted in yet another announcement from Israel that it's expanding its illegal occupation? When the product of this process is 500,000 more settlers in the West Bank and the occupied Palestinian territories in recent years, children shackled by the ankles in military courts, living with the daily humiliation of life under occupation. They've had 48 years of military occupation. If not today, then when will this country and this House give the Palestinian people the hope that things will get better? Too many Palestinians can see, as I can, that this process is not a negotiation between equals. The current situation that the UK remains wedded to, in practice, if not in principle, allows Israel a right of veto over Palestinian statehood. In what sense, then, can those negotiations be called meaningful? And that is why I support and welcome the Honourable Member for Blackburn's amendment before the House today. Equality is an essential precondition for peace. A two-state solution requires two states with equal status, equal partners and equal future. And it shames us in Britain, with our historical obligation to the Palestinian people, that 135 nations have taken this step, and we remain among a handful of those in the United Nations who so far refuse to join them. Mr. Speaker, half the population of Gaza is under the age of 18. Their lives are characterised by suffering, humiliation and despair. As Jonathan Friedland wrote recently, their childhoods have been broken by pain and bloodshed 3 times in the last 6 years, while the UK sits by and watches. The UK, not Israel, determines our foreign policy. And as members of the EU, members of the United Nations, in a special relationship with the United States of America, and as permanent members of the Security Council, we occupy a privileged position in world affairs. It's about time we showed the world why.
Very. T. Clark.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to get the opportunity to contribute to this debate this evening and to congratulate my honourable friend for Easington for securing this debate and indeed for enabling this space to be created for such powerful contributions from so many sides of this House, arguing that tonight is the time that the UK should send a very clear message that we recognise Palestine as a state. I have to say to those who say that this is simply a gesture and it doesn't matter what the UK Parliament says, that they are simply mistaken. The reality is our historic position in the world in relation to Israel and Palestine. The fact that we still, as has been said, hold a highly influential position, have a close relationship with the United States, and indeed the foreign policy positions that we have taken over many years make it an incredibly powerful message to be sent to this House. It is the right thing to do morally, but I also believe it is the right thing to do politically. I think it is important in relation to all of our other foreign policy in that region that we are seen as being even-handed, that we are seen as being fair, and that we are no longer accused of having double standards and failing to stand up for the Palestinians. We have to give support to those Palestinians who believe in a political route to self-determination based on non-violent action and international pressure, because they all too often feel as if they have not been given support, and in particular by the United States and the United Kingdom. In my constituency, the very clear message was given to me this summer that my constituents do not believe that the Israeli response was proportionate towards whatever was happening in Palestine. Between the 8th of July and the 27th of August, there were 2,104 Palestinian deaths, including 495 children. There were 72 Israeli deaths, 7 of which were civilians. The UK indeed did urge Israel to avoid civilian deaths, but made no condemnation of Israeli actions. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights at the time, Navi Pillay, stated on the 23rd of July that there was a strong possibility that international law had been violated in a manner that would amount to war crimes. She also condemned Hamas for indiscriminate attacks. Recognition of the State of Israel would mean a more regulated relationship with both Israel and indeed Palestine, so far as the international community is concerned. At the moment, we are not seen as even-handed. Whatever people in this House believe, the reality is that for the Palestinians, we are the people that are supplying the components for the weaponry that is used against them. I asked a series of parliamentary questions over the summer. I didn't get any answers out of the ministers, but the independent paper on the 2nd of August detailed the weaponry that was being used against civilians in Palestine.